Hey ho, it's off to work I go.
Oh, there we go. Well, I managed to get all of the inside decorating on the house is done, so that's not a thing. A little bit of fencing and I fixed up that house. Didn't have as much time yesterday as I had hoped, but still got something done. Got the really tedious stuff out of the way. Now, we're in a different year back in spring again, so I need to pay our taxes and get rid of this junk we have. Oh, sugar. Okay, let's see if we can outrun this guy. Huh? Maybe. Okay. Now we'll get this run done as quick as we can. We get to summer, it's my favourite time to build. We do a little bit on this season as well. Just gotta get rid of this junk.
Hurry, only goods of the highest quality. Have a good day.
I'm wasting my time looking for that right edge settler, to be honest.
Can I help? Only goods of the highest quality.
Oh, let's get rid of this as quick as we can. That was
Hope
handy.
What can I...
This is my nature. I do. Good luck.
Well, we don't have to collect any animals this season. For a change. I was almost sealed in that left-hand side.
How is life treating you?
Just a small bit of decorating to do. Not sure what I want on that side yet. My neck is killing me.
we are the young. Can I? Village around here. We still have time. Do you need anything?
Okay, that was quick. Yeah, this is a waste of time.
They have absolutely no respect
All
for
in
privacy.
late teens or the 20s.
How is life treating you?
No. I still say there's too many villages here. 6 would have been enough, with maybe, or 7, with 2 major towns, something like they did in Oxbow.
Can I help you with it? Trade is in my nature. And hope to see
I've
you
always
soon.
wanted to live in a town. More people make life so much more fascinating.
Oh, I've got everything you need.
There we go.
It was nice.
Okay, almost at the halfway stage. The sooner we get back to that, the settlement, the better.
How can I help you?
Sometimes I get a feeling that
The irony is, when I started off, when all of the settlers were pretty young, these guys were very old, and some in their 40s. Now it's the opposite way around. My settlers are starting to get old, and these guys are pretty young.
How trade is in my nature. Take care.
Oh, hang on, I'm picking up some
You have
orange dye.
returned.
Orange and green, actually. Just on this run. Green. Green. There it is. Now. There.
Goodbye, dear.
It's gotten to the stage where I'm actually selling the ore. I couldn't be bothered fixing it. It's too hard to get rid of it. There's too much coming in.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Farewell.
I don't get why some people don't like the smell of fish.
How are you?
Right, that's the halfway village. I could still do a good few specialized things from that special vendor, but the vendors are that vendor is kind of glitchy. They don't restock stuff properly. If they show up in the same place, maybe twice in a row.
Well, I've got everything you need. Come take care.
Welcome. Best prices in the air.
Alright. Oh, I still got that.
Farewell.
Rye grain. And a massive backlog of grain.
How can I help you?
Oh. Aha. Let's see.
Hello there.
Oh, nice. Dried figs. Well, I'm using that as part of the decoration, but I'm not really getting enough, am I? Hopeless. I don't need any of this junk. Okay. Ah.
Have a good day.
Oh my.
How another client? Welcome. Are you?
Oh yeah, pet access. Almost forgot about that one. Where is that guy? Okay, we'll find him in a minute.
Ah, I've got everything you need. Have a good day.
Is this guy still alive? Oh, he's down here. Huh?
I'm an experienced traveler.
Oh, come on.
You need to mind bending your spine.
There he is.
Fed up with people always complaining.
There we go. Now 2 more vendors here and we'll get the other 4 villages. So we'll probably spend the entire stream in the next this season and the next.
People from Hornitsa sometimes look.
How do you? To be safe.
Do you need anything? Have a good
Right, let's go. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been?
Nothing like the crackling of the cozy fire to make you forget yourself.
Just trying to get this little run done here and get back and do something on the base. Ah, sorry to hear that. I've got some kind of nerve damage. Even though my tooth is gone, the pain is still there. It's killing me. I think it's triggered by the damage on my neck, to be honest. The nerve endings. But the nerve where that tooth was, or whatever other ones is there, it actually feels like I've got a toothache there. And there's no tooth. It's ludicrous, to be honest. Could be something got to do with your tooth, obviously. Yeah. Probably an infection. Yeah, probably. Infection isn't such a bad thing. You know, we get tons of those. That's what our immune system is for. Yeah, if you've got a toothache, there's a bad taste in your mouth. There's probably a slight infection. No, just keep your mouth well rinsed out. You should be okay. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? But you'll get that with a bad tooth. You get a bad taste and a horrible smell as well. Have you got a bad tooth? Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just my stupid neck is killing me. It's triggered off. I think it's triggering a nerve somewhere in my gum where my tooth used to be, and it's ludicrous because I feel like I've got a toothache, even though there's no tooth there. A kind of phantom pain. Nasty little thing. It's giving me a slight migraine as well. I'm a walking disaster. Now let me get something to drink. It goes away in a day or so, but still, it's getting more and more regular. Well, the infection, you probably might need some antibiotics. That's if it is dairy. But, you know, keeping your mouth well rinsed out. Listerine is pretty good. Or using a baking soda based toothpaste can be good as well. They sell a brand in the UK, it's called Arm & Hammer. Yeah, I would suggest trying that. It's pretty good for pain as well. It'll give you a little bit of relief. The
best of you. Welcome. Trade is in my nature. It was nice seeing you.
Now we can get rid of these guys real fast. But got a good bit done on the settlement, young. But still, it's massive. And then the individual placing of the pieces and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the biggest one I've ever done. Definitely the biggest one on this. An infection is pretty straightforward, Terry, you know. All you can do with the infection is keep the area clean, keep your mouth well rinsed out with a decent quality mouthwash like Listerine. And I would suggest getting some antibiotics, maybe. And Home Alone, yeah. Did you sell any traps?
How do
Now, it's there's just what 2 or 3 more towns to hit, and then we can get straight back. Should be back before nightfall.
How can I help you?
This is a really bad time for this pain. I'm hoping with the next half an hour, 40 minutes, it will pass. Hopefully. Well, overuse of antibiotics can be more harm than good, but it won't harm you. It will just be less effective, let's say, at what it does. But you know, they don't taste awful or anything like that. But you know, of an infection or an illness, let's say if an infection would usually last, let's say maybe 6 weeks, you know, giving your immune system a better target, really. You know, it how can I put this? It stimulates your immune system for that particular thing. It will take out any kind of foreign body, so it gives a head start on that. So you'd probably cut the infection down the recovery time down by half with antibiotics, and the symptoms you'll get will be a lot less. Although, yeah, antibiotics tend to be overused. But with that, it's something simple. You know, you wouldn't have to take them if you didn't want to. But you want to be careful in case that infection gets really bad. You don't want an abscess. You know, especially because of the tooth. You get an abscess, you're in right trouble.
How have you been? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Well, that can be common enough. You know. Yeah, you probably might have to. But on a bad tooth, let's say, you know, brushing it, it can sometimes block those tiny little pores and stop air getting to the nerve. But as I said, that Arm and Hammer toothpaste has the same chemicals as like baking soda. So that can kind of, what that does is it kills, well, basically when your tooth is rotten, Terry, from what I know, is there's a bacterium and it feeds on your tooth, and then it causes a lot of pain and that kind of thing, like that burning sensation. Well, that pretty much, you know, kills them all. You know, well, most of them anyway. For about, maybe, it depends, the more you use it, the less effect it has. But if you use that toothpaste and even, you know, just push it in there, even without the brush, it's a good bit of relief. But it's only something you would use, let's say, you know, if you want to go to sleep to get maybe a half an hour piece, so you can kind of, you know, go to sleep. It basically wipes those out, and then when they regroup, you know, they kind of get back again. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it really does. Sensodyne is pretty good, but it only really does one job, in my opinion.
Be safe.
And a roof over my head.
Hell have
Not that I'm any kind of expert on it, but just from what I know.
to see you soon.
Yeah, it's a waste of time even checking these settlers at this stage. Right, 2 more vendors, 2 more villages, and then we're off.
Only goods of the highest quality.
Actually, forgot about this. Ow, sugar. No, I thought I actually bought that. I did. I bought a stupid bow. Unbelievable, this Xbox controller. Gets me to buy stuff I don't want. That definitely sounds like Microsoft.
Let me show you my wares.
No. That's it, we're done here. Be safe. But with me, it's not a tooth. And that's the problem. It's some kind of nerve damage. I would say the dentist did it with his rough treatment getting it out, but actually it was always there, and the tooth wasn't great, so I assumed it was the tooth. Oh, he was right about the nerve damage. But the tooth had to go regardless, you know.
Oh, it's you again.
They soon stopped, yeah. Well, that's the thing about social media too, Terry. Especially the likes of TikTok and other stuff. If you give people too much information, they'll use it against you.
This view never fails to take greetings.
Typical thing, isn't it? No, just laugh it off. I'm gonna take a running jump. I bet you there can be some weird types on social media. Even psychotic.
Only goods of the highest quality. Good luck.
No, there's one more guy. Oh, he's all the way down here. Okay, we've only one more village after this, and then we can get back to what we want to do. This is just so I can get rid of the rubbish.
How do you do? Trade is in my nature.
There we go. One more. Ornica. The next spot. Oh, I was only on yesterday. I was only on about, what was it, about 16, 17 hours ago. And not to mention there's what? 6,000 hours of me. Yeah, there's a feature I didn't see before, where it shows you, how much time your uploads and stuff are. Yeah, over 6,000 hours. Yeah, that's a lot of Croc, even for me. But it goes to show you too how stuff like that can accumulate over time.
Hello there.
No. Absolutely not. Although not impossible. Can't believe I got rid of all the ore. But there you go.
Be safe.
I had something at one stage like
Vampires like moths.
Ah, you have returned.
Once I met a guy who kept saying, "Winds howling."
And I have climbed my offenders since before you could walk. Oh, farewell.
no. That one was quick. So we just squeeze in at all of these guys before we get back. Yeah.
Be safe.
And I have best prices in the area. Oh, it was nice seeing you.
Okay, where are these other people? There's a guy, the miner, and the seamstress. See, when you get here late, you're always getting that.
Saw bears having a meeting in one of the caves.
Okay, that's weird. There's the miner.
Greetings. I've got everything you need.
Now the seamstress.
Farewell.
Well, she usually hangs out here. Really? It's just annoying, Terry. But it would definitely be an interesting fashion accessory for a lady to wear.
Aye.
Travels are all very well, but I would love to finally put down roots.
Oh, there she is, Carolina.
Welcome, another client.
Now, I just need the green, I need the orange, and that's it, we're done. Right, we're off, guys.
Goodbye, dear.
It's been a couple of days. Well, day and a half, I think. I try not to shave it every day. Skin on my neck can be pretty sensitive. But I wouldn't call it a beard just yet. I prefer to think of it as designer stubble.
How can I help you?
Now,
Need a
let's
ride?
get back. Nah, it's only been there about 24 hours or so. But long enough to be uncomfortable. With stubble, let's say there is a kind of certain length it gets to where it really is irritating. Yeah, once it gets past that length, then it's not too bad. Still hammering away, yeah, still doing a bit. So, how have you been? How's the weekend going for you, Wolf? I just did a run. I did all of the inside decorating on these houses and got that new one up. So now all I've got to do is finish the last of the decorating. But the sheer size of this is probably the biggest project I've ever took on in sheer size. But at least I'll have it done shortly. Good, good. Yeah. Nice. Now. There we go. Oh, this is the kiddies. 7 now, apparently. Now, I think I've got everything done. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, she's in farming. I got these two guys maxed out. But they can't work until they're 18. The second and let's say they're available, I'll stuff them in a house and marry them off. That's the way to do it. Like a good landlord. No problem, Terry. Yeah? Now. Right, okay. I'll show you how far I got. Didn't have as much time as I wanted to, but I spent most of the time doing the dreadful stuff, the decorating inside, but that's all done. Except a few pieces that I find, like this. Where is it? And I can now add, let's say that was missing. That one, the dried figs. How far down did I fix these anyway? With dried figs. Yeah, you see that center one? That's a dried fig. Anytime I come across a little piece like that, I'll just keep adding it. Yeah, it's got the dried fig. Yeah, I'm nearly sure. I don't think all of these. I put the dried fig on these, did I? Yeah, there's a ton of these. Let's see if I can keep track of this. Aha! Here we go. Only one of them. I ran out of those real quick. No, far from it, actually. It's just a kind of design thing, Terry. I'm just as messy as the next guy. It's just doing something so complete. I managed to clear my mind. Ah, you little... Oh. Well, not too bad, we got it back anyway. No, it's easy enough to get them that way if you put down a fence behind. Measure it out with the kind of field thing. Put down your fence and then come along with the trees. You can line it up pretty easy. Kind of like using a jig in woodwork. Kind of. Just the way I look at it, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it right. There we go. It's just... come here, you. Silly little thing. See, I can't see it from there. That's a good way of doing this. There we go. That's good enough. Now, okay. So yeah, I've got to sort out this little area in a moment. So, well, we got this in. Yeah, so this is as far as I've gotten here. Gotta think about what I need to do there. So this. All the way down. You see the difference? And this house. It was pretty open. So I got another house here. Got this all kind of prepped and primed and ready to go. And then we've got to sort out this area. And then I overlay it with decoration or kind of junk the best I can. Right. I suppose this guy. Let's have a quick look at this. Yeah, it's definitely not central, but let's have a look. Yeah. Okay. That's about central there. That's exactly central. Now, yeah, it's close enough actually. It's pretty close. Just the tiniest bit. Fortnite. Oh, I don't think I could ever play that. But I see their CEO, the guy with Fortnite, yeah, Karen type going on Twitter, giving his opinions on stuff, but he was saying that Steam is, that games platform for guys on PC. Apparently they're, pretty decent to their customers. But Steam has a policy now where if a game has any AI in it, they'll just tell you, They're not saying not buy the game or a game is good or bad. They're saying it was made with some AI, which I see no harm in that. If you're buying something, it's nice to know. And he was complaining about that. He said they shouldn't be doing that, so they shouldn't be transparent. They should be hoodwinking people. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I don't know. If you like it, you like it. It's just not my thing, But yeah, he thinks that we should be buying stuff off and not even knowing how it's made. So then when you find out it's slop, yeah, you've already bought it, so you can't get your money back. But they're going hard into AI. Well, I did know, to be honest. I did say gaming would be hit first. But imagine if they managed to, get it much better, where they could go with AI. A massive. It will be even worse than the Industrial Revolution. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But I see no good thing about this, to be honest. The people developing it are corporations and billionaires. But it will be an absolute, and what tends to happen, let's say, when that happens, there's a lot of other side things as well. It is now, But imagine, let's say, if they keep at this madness it is. Let's say another 2 or 3 decades, maybe another 40, 50 years. You'll even probably see, going to the cinema. All the actors will be AI. The plots, the movies. Nice. Yeah, just type into your computer, make me a movie, yeah? And then make millions and billions from it. Yeah. If people are stupid enough. I can see where they're going with this. We won't accept it, Wolf, But, if that becomes mainstream and there's nothing we can do, even if they take a bad hit, which they will, the next generations, we will be all they know. They'll have nothing to compare it to, really. I can see where they're going with it, alright. I can see where they're doubling down. It's going to be a bad one. Like somebody was saying to me, well, what's the difference really with AI? Why should they need to have a disclosure and let's say that there's AI in the game? No. But regardless whether, you should be informed for the simple reason why. Which is a kind of a similar situation. In a sense, you remember back in the 80s, where there was that big scandal with Adidas, Reebok, all of that stuff, and some of the clothing designers, basically they were giving contracts out, and then, let's say, they were being passed on to third parties, and, you had your sneakers, your trainers, being made in third world countries by 10-year-old kids. So a lot of people stopped buying the products, because of that, enabling child labor and stuff like that. So even if you don't mind it in a game, you might have an objection to it because, AI is absolute slop. But even if it wasn't, it's taking the soul out of a game, and it's people losing their jobs and that kind of stuff. Nobody wants that, except if you're an employer or a corporation. No, you don't want people. You're free, yeah? But yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of years. But imagine, Wolf, you see how corporations are acting now. When they think they're getting some kind of little upper hand. Imagine if they come out with a technology or something that would totally upend everyone. The sci-fi movies, kind of touch on that, where the whole world is run by just I think it was 3 corporations. No more countries, 0. Just money. Maybe you just like, having a bit of peace. Everyone is like that, Terry. Oh, Hufflepuff. Pretty good. Sorry, I missed your message. I only seen it when Young typed in. So how have you been? Well, we're just talking about that. Terry was talking about Fortnite, and I just commented that the CEO of Fortnite was complaining about Valve, Steam, putting tags on the games that have AI, so people could, find what they want if they weren't into the kind of AI stuff they're doing with games. They could choose, just be informed when they're buying. And he said, what was it? Word for word, or close enough to it. Yeah, he said they shouldn't be doing that. It doesn't matter anyway, he said, because, all games will be all AI shortly. Well, I suppose if it doesn't matter, why is he complaining? And he said, it's not like, putting AI in games, it's not like you're an artist, he said, and you're claiming credit for something. He said, that AI is doing. So, that kind of lets the cat out of the bag for me. I disagree, to be honest. The games used to be, let's say, a lot of artists would kind of come together and make some good games. But apparently, no, he doesn't think so. And it shows. Yeah. Yeah, from all I could see, it's basically a bunch of 10-year-olds, jumping around in some kind of cosplay outfits, trying to shoot each other. Yeah, pretty much. That kind of thing would have no interest to me, whatsoever. But it looks like a game for kids, and, it's pretty predatory with microtransactions for kids and stuff like that. But yeah, apparently there's a lot of people into it. But I would say it was the likes of Fortnite, when they started really leaning into microtransactions and stuff, that really the other companies kind of followed suit. As I said, when one company does something really, really toxic, the others will kind of hold back, waiting to see what happens. And then, of course, if it works, they're not taking any risk, they'll follow suit. I see it here in other businesses when, when one company, hikes its prices ridiculously, the others will kind of hold back for a few months and see how it pans out. If there's too much backlash, then let's say that company they'll hold off, and then if it all blows over, they'll hike their prices as well. Typical kind of stuff. I've never played Minecraft either. Well, the guy from Fortnite. Yeah, the guy from Fortnite, he was complaining, as I said, about Steam, putting tags on games that had AI, and he said it doesn't matter anyway. He said because all games are going to be done in the near future, with AI, and I absolutely believe him. The only way to stop that would be, obviously you don't mind a bit of AI, Hufflepuff. There's certain things in a game, let's say the mechanics and stuff like that, or certain things, but when it starts to replace, the entire thing, when it takes the soul out of a game, when, let's say if you were playing a game that you really enjoyed, and, it was totally done with AI, it would feel like the Radiant quests from Fallout 4, meaningless, that kind of feeling. But yeah, well, absolutely. It's stuff like that will be first to go, Video games, yeah, absolutely. Especially because now the money, well, it used to generate. Absolutely, on principle. And I think you're right. AI is okay in certain aspects. But using AI to replace a whole system, nah, it's not. It's like, take for instance, video games are basically art as far as I'm concerned. It's like, let's say you see the Mona Lisa, a lot of history behind that. It is art. And, you'd probably be able to get some AI that could, in the near future do a better job. But you're not going to chuck out the Mona Lisa, you know what I mean? Or you're not going to go see the painting, let's say, by AI. It's just the way it is. There's no soul in that. Now, okay, yeah, that's about right. We just gotta slightly move this one. But Jan, it's not about making things better. It's about making things cheaper. That's it, guys. That would work. Now, I think it's nearly time to sleep, and we'll start the first phase of decorating on this little guy. I don't know what I want to do with this here. Might go with a hedge on this guy, but if I go with a hedge, well, I do need a bit of greenery here, don't I? Especially at the end. But I don't think. Let me see. No, it's way too early. Okay. We'll start with the basic stuff like lighting. So, okay. Our tree seems to be where it should be. Same, yeah? Reminds you of Skyrim. The music is peaceful enough, but it makes you pretty sleepy. But strangely enough, I don't think that there's any scenario that we could have in the near future, even within the next century, that authors or, movie makers haven't kind of touched on in sci-fi. Certain paths taken and where it will lead. But it's kind of easy enough to see where it would lead once you have one base principle, and that is corporations will do anything to make more profit. That's the only thing you really need to know. You can see where it's going from there then. The camp version, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely go back to it. But I got so disgusted, what they did to it. You know what I mean? I was close to burning out anyway, regardless. But I'll absolutely go back to that, and Skyrim as well. It's just nice to... I got lucky, there was a few, games I kind of liked. And then, early next year they're coming out with the new consoles. So I'll be able to get a bigger selection of games. I'm so old now, if I don't have to, I don't want to have to deal with a PC and specs and text and stuff like that. But, whether I go with whatever console maker I go with, or I don't know about the Steam machine, the specs don't seem great on that, but, I'll have a larger library. That would be nice. Then I can, go back and I can really, play Fallout 4. And I want to play Fallout London as well. That would be interesting. I know there won't be any building in that, but building is not everything. There's quite a good few games, let's say, we couldn't play on console before. The likes of Enderal. Apparently that was like what they did with Sky Oblivion. They used the Skyrim map, took all of the NPCs and buildings out, and did it all again from scratch. That's definitely up there. Enshrouded is another one. Fallout London. Yeah, I'll get them. Oh, I wouldn't say despising. I was just kind of disgusted, and now it's got to the stage of almost complete apathy, where I don't really care. What Todd does with that IP anymore. Now, that's not bad. I get one on the other side. They don't really show a lot of light, to be honest. They're hardly worth it. Those little lamps we got from Valheim, they were, oh sugar, they were perfect. Yeah, it looks right to the eye is never right, is it? There. That's not enough to go a little bit more. There we go. Oh, that's that done. So, what do we do with this area before we give this the old flower and rubbish treatment? And that might be a premonition. The way I've been feeling lately. I wouldn't be surprised. But no, I'm good, Terry. I'm good. Oh, that road. Hang on. That's weird. Let me see. I could go with... That is pretty weird. Okay, so it's... I could probably go... Oh. Yeah, that's pretty nasty, isn't it? The road seems to have widened out a little bit more on this side. Here, let me see. It's perfect on this. Yeah, maybe not so much. I might have to move the road back one notch. No, and I think it's okay, actually. It seems to be spot on. Okay, we'll get around it somehow. Yeah, you see that there? Are you kidding me? I just could have coming out a little bit more. It seems to be blended in about right. It wouldn't be much anyway. I've still got the center point in here. Wouldn't take much to fix it. We'll see in a minute. It was just a nightmare. I wouldn't too much worry on that. But no, we don't really know what's going to happen from day to day, but I doubt I'll be leaving anytime soon. Yeah, well, this is just a small area to fence and get it over with. So let's sort out this problem. Oh, well, thank you, Terry. You see, if we move this back, let me see. I don't know, it looks okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. It's definitely the... Okay, let's see. Oh, I know what happened. I probably started a line from here, and it's kind of weird. It pushes back on the other side. Ah, okay. Okay. Let's do a little experiment here, guys. 1, 2. Let's do a tiny experiment here. Yeah, we'll just do a tiny experiment on this. Each side is kind of different. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't make a difference. We can always reload it. Now, that's my problem. You see this? Here. Yet on the map it seems to be lined up for some reason. It's weird. I think there's a kind of... You see that edge? Where the edge is on the other side. So we go from another direction. And I can't see how that would work, but let's see anyway. I don't know which corner I did this from, but we'll see. Let's see if we can sort it out. Yeah, 240, yeah, that's the one. Okay, let's give it a quick one. It's weird how, you know, when you put these roads or objects on the map, how they appear. I think it's a bit iffy. Now, I might have walked from that side. Let's see. Okay, I'll walk from this side. We'll see. Really something I didn't want to do again, but we'll see how it goes. That's it there, you see that? Oh wow, look at this. That is really weird. This worked up, it is the ground. The ground is killing it. Yeah, look at this. Hang on. Let me have a look at that. Yeah, everything is okay except that piece there. Weird. Oh, I see. That's the only thing that's right then, is actually that piece. That is so weird. Here. Okay. Another tiny experiment on this guy. That's the only one that lined up properly. It seems to be widening out for some reason. Xmas decoration is ordered. Yeah. The update from Fallout. Okay, let's give this a quickie, we'll see. Okay, that seems to be going right. There's like a ground ledge there. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty perfect now. Let's have a look. Ah, yeah, I'll have to cut the edge a little bit, won't I? That is so weird. Not much we can do about that. Do you know what I'm going to do with this? I'm going to do a stone wall here on this. Most likely. I'm not sure if it's worth the hassle. So this is what we have now. So burnt as scalded, really. Now it looks a lot thinner than the other one. Okay, we'll go the way it was. I'll work out something at the edge. Yeah. Yeah, it won't work. That's some kind of ground ledge there. It's probably just a low tone, Terry. I'm just hoping this neck pain kind of recedes a little bit. But we'll keep going, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, but even the anniversary edition they released, Hufflepuff, that was a complete disaster. It broke the game again. Not only did it break the game, but the people who bought the mods, they couldn't even access them. It was an endless loading screen on the Creation Club. Then they said they were going to fix the game. And lo and behold, the only thing they fixed was the store. Yep. And probably caused more bugs than they fixed. I'm surprised they're still around. But, you know, the fact that, you know, Microsoft bought them was telling enough. You know, they were starting to get into trouble. Where else would they sell? It's one thing after another. In gaming now, it seems to be the front of everything. That's because of the money that's generated. It wasn't politics or ideology, and now it's AI. Yeah, it's under a lot of assault. Oh, 76. Yeah, okay, we'll go with this. Now, we have no choice. There is some kind of ground problem there. So we're going about there. I see. Okay. That might be a bit much. Oh, I see what's happened here. Let me see. Yeah. This is going to be a hard guy to work out now, you know that. But we could just kind of slip a little bit more to the side, I would say. You see what I mean? I have to get... Oh, no, with this we'll be just going straight up. It's not too bad. Right up to this guy. Okay, let's see. That's a bit much, but it seems to be online. And we can blend it in anyway. We'd want to be going kind of on the far side of this. Let me get this first marker in anyway. Yeah, that is brutal, but what can we do? Straight from there. That's where we need to be. On the inside of this as much as we can. There we go. I'd say we'd manage it something like that. Now, I think this might work. I wanted to say the inside. Right, let's give this a shot, guys. It just might work out. It just spreads a lot here because of the ground level. The sooner we get this fenced off, the better. Now, what does it say on the inside? Doesn't look too bad. Let's see. About there. Now, this one we would prefer. Yeah, that's always going to be a thing, isn't it? I would definitely like to get it onto that post, but and we can cover it with something anyway. I'm guessing there, guys. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. Okay, I think we might have got this. Yeah. Yeah, we managed to slip it in enough. Now, let's quickly get this up. I'll hide the edges. You're gonna be a hard guy to get, man. It's about as tight as we can get that. Yeah, it's very tight. God, what would I give for a place anywhere in mod? Not getting that in as close as I needed. I can revisit that later anyway. Probably find something I can push in there later. Okay, that's the fencing done on this for the time being. Now, this is the only thing that's going to kind of hold us back for a little bit. We could probably go with the old fencing like I did down here. I don't know, I'm not feeling the hedge thing here. Because I'd have to... Well, maybe we do need that extra piece of green here. Okay, we'll give it a shot anyway, we'll see. Okay, I'm guessing... there. Alright, let's see. Well, that could have gone a bit more, couldn't it? More like there, actually. Okay. Now, where do we want this guy? Yeah, roughly about there. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, that's the first layout. Let's get some rest. Just timed it right. Brush. In the game, yeah? Oh, you mean the NPCs kind of brushing the ground? Yeah. Yeah, the NPCs to do that sweeping animation. Now. Maybe one more. Maybe even two. And one at least. Let's give this a shot. Yeah, maybe. Just come down one on this. Yeah, that might work. To be honest, I need another one on this, don't I? I do. Yeah, it needs to be 3. I need another one on this. And 2 about here. That would be pushing the hedge a little far, wouldn't it? Yeah, the hedge will be going on that. If that's the case. Yeah, that hedge does come out a good bit, guys, to be honest. Okay, change of tactic then. This side, probably. I think we're better off keeping it on the inside, especially on that hedge. Okay. Oh, it won't let me. Yeah, that will be enough. That's definitely a bit too much on that guy. Oh, that's because of this, yeah. I took the thing out. It should work. It should work. Oh, I forgot to push it. And I forgot to push it back. I probably did. Yeah, my audio is getting messed up. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, of course I did. Come on now, Croc, concentrate. There we go. There it is. Yeah, that's our line. We'll keep one in because the hedge tends to kind of come out a little bit. There. I don't need to make a marker. Okay, we'll have to guess. Here, I'll put a marker on this and that will be the way to do it. Yeah, this would make it too narrow here if the hedge does push out a fraction. There. Yeah, that's the one there. Okay. Now this back one and then... No, that should do, I think. Yeah, it's just marking it out now. The gateway is... Oh, hang on. It needs to go back in one. The gateway is going to be probably the hardest to do. Spiky, yeah? then from there. It's gonna be hard to actually get anything down on this now. Okay, so we go 3 from this one, and that should pull me back 1, 2, try there. Oh. There we go, guys. Now we'll just mark it up and I'll see if I can get some kind of gateway in here. Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's done at last. Now we put our marker in. We'll just go on the hedges on this without a wall. Okay, at least there's only one gateway anyway. I'll go with the arch on this, I think. Yeah. Let's see anyway what roughly what it would look like. Yeah, it will just about cover that. I don't want the roadways to be too narrow. That would work, I'd say. Now, so what have we got here? This tray. Okay. Let me just get this corner guy in, and then I'll measure up that. Once you get that in, it should be plain sailing. There. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Oh, we got 1, 2. Let's like a 2 each side. Yeah, that's our dead center there, guys. Now 2 more on this and then we can work. The archers are horrible to use. I think I want to get those guys in. At least we only need 1 here. Ah, come on now. There. Right. Let's give this a shot. We'll slowly piece this guy together. The green hedge in the background here with these will make a big difference. It will definitely break what I'm doing here, so we don't overdo this. That should be worth it. No problem, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe, Terry. Bye. I'm still battling with this nerve damage or something I have in my gum. Or it's that my neck injury is kind of setting it off. But it's ridiculous. I feel like I've got a toothache when there's no tooth there. What can you do? Now, lining these up are... God, it's a horrible situation when it's saying... I can't see each side. And I can't guess that way. Oh, hang on. No. Too close. I won't be able to put one in. That's such a pity. Yeah. Oh, I have to do this the hard way. I just have to guess it, which is almost impossible. That will probably move the stones as well when I touch this. No. So I need to come out a fraction. Just a tad more. Yeah, it's kind of okay on that one. If I could just... I could... Yeah, just this one here. Can't really see what I'm doing with this. You get one lined up and then the other one is... These ones here are really easy to do. Where are they anyway? Yeah, any of these. So if you're lining these up, you can literally see what you're doing. You could line them up perfectly on those. This, I can't see through the side, so I don't know where I'm going with that stupid thing. Just gotta keep doing this until we get it right. Oh, good God. Well, the road will give us a small view of it anyway. Close enough, I'd say. Nah. Silly little thing. Okay. There we go. We eventually got it. Now, that is absolutely dead center on this, so... Let's see if we can make this work. Now, you see this here, I think when we put in that other piece, it kind of got rid of a little bit of that. Let's see. Let's save this one. Now it should blend back in. I'm not sure. Not sure if there was anything there, but we'll see. We're all ready. The head should go up in just a matter of a couple of minutes. And that will be a nice kind of filler on the back end here. Get that extra piece of green in. Now, let me see if I got any different soda. I haven't got this in the freezer. Let me, while that's loading up, where did I put that junk? No, I'll never find it. No, I'll have to find it some. Oh, hang on. There they are. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of warm. I should have put it in the freezer. Yeah, let's give it a try anyway. I can't abide room temperature soda. There. Ow. Yeah, it does go in a little bit. Yeah, that's perfect. That will work for me. Right, let's hit this. Now obviously we'll go with the low hedge. Let's see if I can work this little guy out. But it was not a little bit more transparent. I could actually see where I'm putting that. I'm gonna have to guess this. Let's see. That's spot on. Yeah, as long as I get it on the stone, I'm not too bad. Okay, I think we can make this one work here. Let me just get rid of these. They can get trapped beneath the hedge and they're stuck there forever. Okay. Let's see what we got. Hey, once you get your lines up, it will go pretty quick. Oh. Oh, the kid. I was wondering what was happening. Yeah, this is the kind of backdrop I needed. There's no way I was going with a fence around that guy. Okay, we'll go with the bits of classic stuff here. God, that squeaky voice. The ground is reasonably flat here as well, so these will pretty much work out. Yeah, I can do the last of the decorating later. That works for me. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, that's another problem solved. Now, I'll get to this a little later. something for here, obviously. Okay, so we'll go here, obviously, with the fencing. Blah, blah, blah. We run here, we're coming up. We're going here. This could be a little bit of a problem. Because of the foundation. If I close that foundation in, if we close this back from here, what would it look like? That would leave me going... Yeah. A bit iffy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll have to close this in, guys. Okay, so when we close this in, how are we managing? I know how we'll manage it. If we can get one close enough to this, I can use one of those washing things. Yeah, okay. Let me see. First things first, we'll get a save in here. We'll close that and see how it looks. Well, it's pretty much closed at the front anyway. That's a bit much, I'd say. Yeah, just a tad. Just a bit wavy. See if we can patch it. Maybe... a little bit better. We'll see how that looks. That's pretty much it. That will blend in once I do a reload. Oops. Yeah, okay. It seems to be a bit warped, is it? No, it can't be. No, that would do. Okay. Now this is going to be the one, isn't it? Here, let me just put down a marker here on this guy. Once we get our marker in, we should be good to go. Yeah, that would be the ideal area. I have to get it a lot closer than this. Let's see. Well, I could probably guess this end of it. That would make a pretty wide road. Let's see. Leads me up to about there. There's not much I can do about that. Okay. This is just the last hill. There's still little bits here and there, and like here. I've got to work out how I want to approach this. From this side and back in a turn. Something like this would need a small entrance, but I don't go too much out from what I've done already. That's going to be a problem. I'm wondering, is there another way around this? Not really. There was too much of a space there, wasn't there? It's killing that as well. You know that. hang on, I know. Hang on, if we go that way. Okay, hang on. I think I've got a better solution to this. I think I have a better solution. Yeah, I don't like how it's going. It's not kind of leveling up on the other end. If that was a straight line coming down without that kind of crossroad thing, we'd probably get away with it, but not like that. That would have been the easiest way out. There's always another way. We will need them to match up a little bit. Oh, I can grab some soda while that's loading. That's what takes the longest, you know. Figure out what you want. Once you know what you want, then you can get it in pretty quick, or what looks best. Now let's see. I don't blame it for taking a long time to load. Yeah, okay. If I went straight for the corner, keep in line with this guy, come right down, bang, go with this, let's see. This would be my problem here, but okay. It's creeping over a fair bit, isn't it? We'll have to live with that. Okay, let's get around this side. There we go. There. Yeah, that would work. Ish. And just pull that a fraction. Yeah, okay, I might be able to do something from this. Okay. I'd want to get it really, really close to that. The line is pretty good. Hang on. Nah, I couldn't really go with the fence. Let's say we carry on with this guy here. I have a plan. Let's say we go hedging here. That's a massive job, isn't it? We'd have to go all the way around. And where are we going to wind up? Yeah, we need to sleep anyway. Now is the time to make a decision. just something I didn't want to do. Zootastic. Yeah. Didn't feel right. I did it for a little while. I did it for about 6 months, but no, right from the start I kind of regretted it. And then I contacted Twitch, and yeah, they were pretty cool about it. You know, I left the affiliates program. I was never here for that. You know, I was just here to play games and that. But I remember getting an email from Twitch. And you know, it's like a ladder, you want to climb it, you know. I'm retired and, you know, there's no point. You know, just here to play games and chat and make friends if I can. That's good enough for me. But I have nothing against anyone that wants to do it, you know. I've got a lot of free time, you know, but it's not the case for everyone. Also retired. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I took early retirement about, how long ago was it? Oh my, yeah, about 10 years ago in my late 40s. Got a neck injury. It's not too bad, let's say. It could have been really bad. But, you know, it stopped me from doing what I needed to do. And I've been ducking and diving a major operation that carries a lot of risks. And as long as I don't be silly, I might be able to get away with it, you know? Yeah. No, I wouldn't, even when I was affiliate for a little while, you know, I didn't do the ads. Just the ads that Twitch would put on beforehand that I couldn't stop. But most of the ads on Twitch, from what I can remember, maybe it's different now. You know, you could put ads in. But, you know, if I was going to go into Twitch, let's say, to try and make a living, I don't think that's the way to go. Because I'll tell you why. The way it works with ads, from what I can remember anyway, it's probably still the same. Say for every 50 people that would view an ad, you know, you might get about 5 or 6 cents. You'd want a lot of views, you know what I mean? Now, there's also regions when it comes to ads, and the payments, let's say, for ads in each region will be different. Let's say Europe is one region. I think region 1 would be the US. That's the one where you get the most for the ads. So let's say you're streaming in the US, okay? And 1,000 people view your ads. Let's say 200 of them are from the US. And, you know, the ads will be kind of rolling out. Most of the other ads you wouldn't get paid for at all, because they wouldn't be advertising, you know, stuff to people on that end. Very few at least. And the price range would be different. But, no, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of views, you know, before you could make that one, you know, actually work. Well, let's say reasonable. You know, you're talking, you know, at least maybe 50, 60,000 ads maybe. But I remember when Twitch was forcing ads at the beginning of the stream, that you can't control unless they've changed it. And then you could add more on your stream if you wanted to. I never did that. I never touched the ads, so I turned them off. Twitch did their own thing. You know, even with at the end of the month you'd get paid, and even with thousands and thousands of views, it was like pathetic. It was like $1 or $2 or $3 or something, you know. And it is a real turn off as well. Nobody likes ads, you know. That kind of stuff. Now, we're doing, we needed to sleep, didn't we? Yep. But if you were starting off on Twitch and you wanted to kind of build a large following, there's no better scarecrow to put up than excessive ads. Turns people right off. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, they do a targeted ads thing. Twitch, they've been a typical corporation now for a long time, to be honest. I really don't like their practices, you know. And I didn't like kind of enabling them, you know. The information gathering and the targeting and all the other stuff they've been doing. They're the kind of EA Sports of corporations, Amazon. Absolutely, yeah. What they've been doing as well. Oh, hi, Kat. How are you? You know, your Amazon Fire Stick. Well, basically, they would update that every so often. But I remember checking it and reading about it. Well, basically, I thought they were coming in and, you know, they'd update their apps. But what they're also doing, Zootastic, is they're spying on you. You know, might not sound serious, but still, I think it's an invasion of privacy. Not only are they uploading their apps, they're seeing what new apps you've put in, and they're obviously, you know, it's maybe selling the information as well. Yeah. That kind of stuff. But I do have an Amazon Fire Stick. I'm changing it now. I'll get probably a Thompson Fire Stick, where they kind of respect someone's privacy. You know, it's not that I'm watching anything I shouldn't, but, you know, there's something about, you know, a company that, let's say, would be, you know, updating your apps and then having looked to see what you've got and that kind of thing. It's definitely an invasion of privacy. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. It's just my neck has been giving me a little bit of trouble, but it's not as bad as it was when I started. You know, hopefully in the next half an hour it will pass. But out from that, pretty good. Yeah, I remember on something I was Googling a carport or something. Yeah, on my phone, actually. On, I think it was on, I don't know what platform it was on, maybe YouTube or, I don't know, maybe it was Google. But I remember I went into something else on another device, and within about 2 minutes, I kept getting a ton of ads for cardboard boards. Yeah, so they're definitely tracking, you know, what you're looking at, what you're Googling, all that kind of stuff, you know. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this. I'd say we go just with the fence, guys. Yeah. So, Zootastic, were you thinking about streaming, or are you streaming? But it's definitely a great pastime, you know, when you're retired. But I think the streaming thing, you know, maybe it will be okay for other people, but I didn't find it appealing at all. Okay. I go from the edge. I'm more worried about this section here. I think I can work something out with that. What about this, guys? What about we go here, here, here? Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Okay, let's see. I think I might have a plan here. Let me get a line on that. Yeah, this is worth a shot anyway. I want to see how it looks. All we'd have to do if we mess up is reload.
Am I poor or just from love?
Oh, come on, kid. Yeah, let's give me a shot at this now for a moment. Right, okay. This is as good as it's ever gonna get. Let's give this a try. I've been on Twitch, Justin TV, since 2006. Yeah, that was the old platform, wasn't it? Yeah. That was, yeah, it was called Justin TV, I think, and Amazon bought it from them. 3 guys, wasn't it, or 2 guys? Yeah. Thousands of hours over that time. Nice, so you've been there a while. Nice, nice. OBS, yeah. I'm just a console player. I never really got into the PC thing. Yeah. So, always console. My son's alright, you know, they play on console and that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're pretty, yeah. You know, it's been going sideways all the time. Oh, hi Max, and how have you been? Yeah, my dog is okay now. He wasn't that well during the day, but he seems to be okay now. Thanks for asking. I hope you've been well. Cricket matches, so it was kind of, yeah. Yeah, I remember some Googling about that. I think I only really started, well, obviously after my injury, when I had tons of time. I got into Twitch back, I think it was around 2021. I started watching that. I streamed for about 9 months or something on. Do you remember Mixer? It used to be the old platform Beam, and much like Justin TV, where it was bought up, Xbox, Microsoft bought Beam, and they turned it into a kind of streaming platform, Mixer. And then from that, let's say, you know, they try to force growth, like they always do. So they turn like a big bag of money at it. Yeah, everything does. Always by the big corporations is never a good thing, you know. Never a good thing. So what they did was they kind of lured some big streamers from Twitch. You know, 100 million sign-in bonus, all of that kind of stuff. They got them to stream on Mixer for X amount of time for a huge fee. And yeah, there was a decent crowd on Mixer while they were there. And then the second they stopped streaming and went back to Twitch, you remember that one? Yeah, the crowd went back as well. So, except for the trolls. Yeah, the trolls would stay around for a little bit. And, well, they kept throwing money at it. And instead of fixing the platform and being decent to the streamers that was already on it, you know, so they didn't want natural growth. Yeah. It was. Yeah, it was a stupid thing to do, I think. And, you know, from a corporation that, you know, has a lot of money, obviously they didn't get that by being stupid. Maybe greedy, but not stupid. I was surprised. But, you know, Microsoft never surprised me, you know, with the real horrible things that they do. So they eventually gave up. They didn't even bother telling the streamers. And, you know, they just willy-nilly said, oh, by the way, we're closing this down in 2 weeks, and go to Facebook. Yeah, go to Zuck. Yeah, he'll sort you out. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but basically it's a kind of corporate thing, you know what I mean? It's not just Microsoft, it's Amazon, it's wherever the money is. They've absolutely ruined gaming as well, you know, absolutely. With all the stuff that's been going on in gaming, and now they're starting to lump in AI slop into games as well, you know. Did you see that statement from the CEO guy of that big company, wasn't it, that Microsoft bought up? What was it called again? I think of 70, 80 billion for it. No, wasn't that, sorry. It was the guy from Fortnite. The other guy doing that, yeah. But he said he was kind of criticizing that Steam was labeling any games that had AI, saying this game has AI. And he said it's needless, to do this. He said, pretty much all games will be done with all AI. God help him. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's the new thing. It was, first of all, was graphics. Now it's always something, isn't it? Yeah. It's horrible. Yeah. But they were trying to put pressure on that Asian company to make more. It's not Sony, the other guys, isn't it? Hitachi or Sony, or one of them anyway, were doing it. And they said, no, we're not. We're not building more factories or hiring more workers. Why should they? The prices have tripled. Yeah. Yeah, it's always something. If it's first of all was the pandemic and it was the supply chain, then it was the war, then it was AI. Now it's AI again, and they'll use any excuse whatsoever. For all we know, Zotastic, they might be able to make plenty of chips, but they just won't. Why should they? Like if they make plenty of chips, they'll go down to normal price, and they'll, the way they're working now, they're getting what, twice as much more, let's say, for chips. So it's like a kind of artificial scarcity kind of thing. Typical stuff. It's now 750. That's ridiculous. That's not going to be good for consoles either. This is a short-term gain for a lot of corporations, fantastic. But you're going to see a lot of changes in the next few years. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Price gouging. It's been pretty much like that since the pandemic. They got a nice taste of it then, And what we've been suffering with here. Let's say if you go to your local store, let's say you would get 20 items, let's say every week. At least 3 to 4 of those items every week you go would jump about an average of 10 to 15%. About 3 of those items, And this is week on week. So I'm thinking to myself, when does it get to the stage where, it's unsustainable, Because they can't just keep going up, When people's wages are not exactly going up, if anything, they're going down, It is the only constant, yeah. But I think when it comes to corporation greed is the only constant, Like we were talking about Amazon, but I remember a couple of years ago we were having a chat about Amazon, and I said that, if Amazon could turn the Twitch platform into a soft porn kind of platform, you know what I mean? From what I've seen, let's say from the Just Chatting channels, some of them at least, I said if they could get away with it, they would. And strangely enough, about 9 or 10 months later, they changed the rules, the terms of service, where they would allow chest nudity or something if it was for art. Do you remember that one? But yeah, lo and behold, there was a lot of artists, and there was a serious backlash, and then they kind of switched back again. No, not that thing. I mean the live channels, Zotastic. Yeah, where people could be coming on that have a cameraman, that would be chatting. All ladies. Where viewers would be making some really kind of degrading remarks, and they would be kind of laughing at it, and getting simps and subs and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, very, very bad. Yeah, but Twitch really gave them the green light to go nude on that. Yeah. Well, in games, yeah, I would imagine so. But, you know, the way I would look at that, let's say, you know, for adults, if they want to watch that sort of thing, I wouldn't be really into it, but, you know, whatever floats your boat, I suppose. Kids, you know, that's a different story. The problem with, oh, absolutely, Wolf, yeah, some very sketchy channels. The problem with a system, let's say, where if a company sells porn, it's not illegal. So if you're an adult, you can buy it. So I think as long as it's legal, if you want to buy it, you know, you should have the option to buy it and not have people telling you what to do. Wouldn't be for me, but, you know, I wouldn't look down on anyone that, you know, like to watch porn or whatever. I see no harm in that if that's your thing, you know. But the fact that, you know, these guys were kind of coming after that, it's like, you know, give a mouse a cookie kind of thing. Before you know it, they would be absolutely regulating everything if you give an inch to these guys. But if something is legal, you should be able to buy it. No bank should tell you, you know, what you can and cannot buy. That is a slippery slope. Yeah. There are already well-established platforms. There are. That's the conversation I was having. But the problem is there's way too much competition, zootastic, in that. Let's say these streamers didn't want to go that far, you know. They didn't want to go that far. And they would literally starve on platforms like that. So, and it's not their fault. You know, if they want to do that, I'm not a prude. That's okay, you know. But the fact that it's on Twitch, and Twitch, let's face it, the biggest demographic on Twitch would be kids. There would be kids, minors, male minors, you know. So that's your target audience, you know. I know over the years, let's say as people are getting older, there's getting them a little bit more diluted. There's older gamers and stuff, and there's a lot now would be Xenios and stuff like that, you know. Even Generation X and even back before that. But still the vast majority would be minors, you know, male minors. So, you know, having those kind of channels, well, not only, let's say, is it kind of pushing the limit, but if you see these channels, let's say, you know, there's some people that will come on and the things they say would be pretty cringe, you know. The streamers would, you know, probably laugh it off because these guys might be big tippers. But, you know, kids are kids. They'll tune into channels like this. And not only are they seeing something they shouldn't, but they're hearing something that they think is normal, you know. And it's really not good for the development, you know. You can get away with a whole lot more if you're an attractive woman. Well, on this platform, yeah. Well, if you mean like if you break rules on Twitch, I've seen this, yeah. If you break rules on Twitch as a lady streamer, but I've seen males do it as well. It's about how much you're earning. You know, and obviously being dominated, let's say, by mostly males, the ladies would be, you know, the biggest earners and the biggest demographic of earners, I would say, you know. So, yeah, Twitch, like we were talking about Twitch, let's say, yeah, well, I won't say a friend of mine, but an acquaintance of mine from Australia. He used to play with Skyrim, adult mods. But he was streaming one day and whatever, he forgot to turn them off or whatever the case may be. But as he was changing an NPC's outfit, just for a brief second, you could see some nudity. But somebody reported him anyway and he was banned. He was banned for life from Twitch. And that was a brief second of nudity from an NPC character in a game. There's streamers actually that have done much worse in real life and just got a ban for maybe a couple of days. So there is a double standard. And the standard is, well, how much money are we making from you? If you're not generating a ton of revenue for Twitch, yeah, they'll probably clamp down. But if, you know, they're making money from you, it's a different story. It is a bit hypocritical. Hmm. It seems like yeah. I've narrowed down with it. It's very easy to check up, but it's obvious as well, Zotastic, if you think about it. It's a gaming platform, and it's mostly kids that are going to be gaming. Let's say, whatever game they're playing, Elden Ring or Call of Duty or whatever the case may be. Take Fortnite, for example, like that, or Roblox. Again, they're littered with literally thousands and thousands of 10-year-olds, Gaming has been used right from the beginning as a kind of babysitting tool. Expose, and you know what one of her rules was? Don't mention them. Yeah, that's a good one. It was on. It was on Twitch. Yeah, doing what our parents did. Oh yeah. Different generations, different things, different distractions. Zotastic. There's streamers on this app that have made threats against people's lives and have only... Yeah. But what about that guy, Wolf, that attacked that streamer on Twitch.com? She was kind of forced by Twitch to go there, and he attacked her. And first of all, they only wanted to ban him for, what was it, 2 days, 2 weeks? So, yeah, you remember that? And then eventually, with some pushback from the streamer's manager, they banned him for life. But I think she was pressing charges. Yeah, unfortunately, there is a lot of man kids. We get them from time to time here. You'll get guys that kind of come across like they're like 16, 17, and these guys would be Zennials. Would be in their 30s, kind of mid-30s. But I suppose they got the brunt of the internet, didn't they? When it came out, they would have been in line, let's say, get the brunt of that. Yeah. This is what I keep saying. As I said, let's face it, guys. It's mostly kids watching these channels. It's gaming. I don't mind Twitch doing the just chatting if it's just chatting, but these hot tub streams and this kind of thing, and again, even that's okay in theory, but I don't know. It shouldn't be on a kids platform. They should have a different section maybe for that, away from the gaming, But then you're into ID and you're into a lot of other stuff. I suppose it's complicated. Well, that's the story on Twitch, but it's the story on any large platform. Reddit is crazy as well, and Kick apparently is the Wild West of platforms. Kick will take in the guys, let's say, that no platform will have. That kind of stuff. Change the laws, bill it 34 times, and pretend you're not using lawfare to support an agenda. I have a friend with a criminal history. We were talking about it on Discord, and I felt very uneasy. That's when the friend group completely left me. I felt hurt at the time. Now I say good riddance. You have a friend with a criminal history, and you were talking about it with some people on Discord, and I felt very uneasy. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about it, sorry. Yeah, and I know what you mean. You didn't want to be involved in that conversation. And because you wouldn't join in with the crew, they kind of faded away from you. Well, they weren't really friends. Yeah. It's possible, let's say, when you're young to make a silly mistake, or, even be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Some people, let's say, with criminal records, usually one-off things. It could be just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. maybe getting confronted in a bar or something, and having a fight or being provoked, and there's certain circumstances. It doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad person. If we're all held for our mistakes, I don't know, glass house and that kind of thing. It's never about your past. It's always about your present and your future. We all have demons, I suppose, to battle. Yeah, it depends. If you're in a city, probably. Kids, they pal around with other kids and a bad influence and that. Kids do silly things. We're all kids, It's just in our time, there wasn't so many opportunities, let's say, to get into trouble, But your past never makes who you are. It's your future and your present, really. This guy was a registered offender. Oh, that kind of offender. I really dislike those kind of offenders. That kind of past is, yeah. Oh, absolutely not. No. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, the registered offenders, those guys, no. Even the criminal population, don't like those guys. And it's a horrible thing. It really is. There should be online check. There should be. Absolutely. There's been a lot of scandals over the years, Sutastic, about big streamers on Twitch sending inappropriate messages to underage viewers. What about that lady? Do you remember that lady? I won't say her name. Remember that lady that was sending her underwear to a 14-year-old boy? You remember that? Whatever happened about that? I don't even think she got any jail time for that. But yeah, that kind of stuff. That is really horrible. Yeah. It is possible. Yeah. It is possible. It depends on the state. Here, I think you can be in a relationship at 16. I'm not sure. But I know you're a legal adult at 18, so that means you can drink, you can, do all those kind of things if you want to. Yeah. It sounds like... excuse me. Yeah. I remember I was chatting with Terry. She invited me into a party chat, but it was this guy's party chat and he was exactly the same. So, I kind of, confronted him when he was going too far. He got very toxic, so I left. Maybe it's the same guy. I could not even name two, yeah. 20 here at 18, 21 is the age. Yeah, strange. Child predators will go where the prey is. And that on the gaming platform seems to be Roblox, from what I hear. Zoodastic. Yeah, I've been following news on that, and that's... the hypocrisy on that is unbelievable. There was some streamers that were complaining about predators, where all the kids hang out there. But they complained to the moderators and they just ignored them. So one guy took it upon himself to, to do that kind of catch a predator thing. He would kind of set them up and then contact authorities. They banned them for doing that. And they wouldn't moderate it themselves. But I heard someone saying that they tried to do in the game, listen to this, it was a game for kids that's notorious for having predators. They wanted to do a public showers. Come on now, public showers. Yeah, and then there was rumours that they wanted to set up a dating site as well. How true this is, I don't know. But I was often wondering to myself, that's a game that generates a massive amount of money. Okay, so you have these people, let's say, that are putting pressure on credit card guys and banks, let's say, to stop payment, for anime games and stuff with adult content, which is perfectly legal. Again, I think it's overreach, to be honest. And not 1 ounce of pressure, not even a word about Roblox and the stuff that's going on there, where it's not actually a kind of pretend video game. It's happening there in real life. But the only difference with Roblox, let's say, and the rest of the games is the amount of money that it would generate, So who knows? Maybe Roblox, let's say, they kind of donate a lot to these organizations. Strange. Hiding in plain sight. But yeah, when you're looking at it, let's say, from a massive money-making machine, as I said, there's nothing that these people won't do. Like, take Microsoft, for instance, won't they find hundreds and hundreds of millions for knowingly selling on information on minors from Xbox? The reason I know this is sometimes my grandkids play on one of my consoles, so I've got all of the kind of protection things in place. And a year or so, maybe 2, I got a message from Xbox, and I should have actually screenshotted it and put it on Discord. But it said something like blah blah blah. We were fined by the FTC or something, for releasing information on kids, blah blah blah. And then they kind of worded it like, well, we didn't do it. Well, that's funny because they paid. And if you're going up against a corporation like Microsoft, you better have proof. So it's obviously true. If they paid the money, they caught them cold. But they were literally selling on information of minors. And then they had the gall to say, your kid's safety is our priority. Hang on. How is that possible? Yeah. Yeah, I've got kids and grandkids. Yeah. But imagine a corporation telling you that your kids, safety matters the most to them, while they've been fined hundreds of millions of dollars for knowingly selling the information of minors to third parties. Knowingly, So, that's hilarious. Well, I won't say hilarious. That's diabolical, really, isn't it? But, this is what to expect. It didn't surprise me. I knew it was going on anyway, but it always comes as a little bit of a shock, Like, when I started playing online multiplayer, Zootastic, this was a long time ago. I started on Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, and I only did it to get the achievements. Yeah. Gaming has its uses too. It's been out for some time, and now you get the older people in. It's more now, let's say, like a kind of way of releasing, of clearing your mind. And for me, it kind of helps me with pain management. They wanted me to take some, really serious painkillers. But since my injury, I've never used painkillers. The only way I can kind of get through it is to take my mind off it, obviously. And, playing games and chatting with people and making friends and that, it definitely takes the edge off, So there's more to gaming than just playing the games, for some people at least, So many lives thrown away by addicted adults that threw away their lives, ignored an education, skills. Yeah. Anything in excess, Zootastic, it's pretty bad. But the way it is with people, if it wasn't games that would lure them away, it would be something else. It might have been alcohol or drugs or crime. So it's a kind of take your pick thing. the people who kind of fall into that category, I suppose, you know, how are kind of, well, I won't say predestined, but the odds are much higher. Of course, parental responsibility would have a lot got to do with it as well. You know, people coming back from work and wanted a bit of peace. You know, the way it used to be with games with my kids, they would have, you know, maybe an hour every day and maybe 3-4 hours at the weekend if they did their homework and stuff like that. And that was the kind of routine, you know. It was almost like a kind of reward system, I suppose. Yeah. Exactly. And the drugs, yeah. It was usually a kind of demographic of people that were destined to kind of, you know, go one way or another, I suppose. As a parent, it's impossible to teach your kid, even by example, you know, a lot of things. And they seem destined to learn these mistakes the hard way. I suppose, you know, we were the same. I feel guilty as I was part of that happening. Oh, I think gaming is probably the least of our problems. Yeah, well, corporations make good use of it, all right. Yeah, the monetizing and stuff like that. So that's something I don't definitely want to be a part of. To enable that. Not that I would make much of a difference, to be honest. I'm under no illusions on that. Now, okay, let's give this one a shot, guys. Now let's see if we can make this reasonable. I doubt it, but we'll see how it looks anyway. Ah, sugar. Yeah, I knew something like that was gonna happen. That is a pity, guys. Yeah, it will pull out too far. It doesn't go that short. I wonder, let me see. The only chance we reasonably have then is to come from the edge. Well. I was afraid something like that would happen, but let's see. Well, we want to keep it aligned, don't we? I'm not really happy with this look, but we'll see. Well, at least we got the line right. Yeah, okay. It's this here I'm not too going on. We'll see if we can maybe cover it in. Okay, let's give it a shot. Well, this is not too bad. It gives us a bit of curbing. The NPCs can step over this, so it's just to get that edge looking okay. Okay, I could probably live with that. Oh, hang on. Yeah. I could probably bring it from there, guys. I could probably do this, you know that. But it would take a little bit of, yeah. Do I really want to bring it? I really do. If I could, I really need to bring it out here. Hang on, I've got another plan, guys. If I start the loop here, smack it in as close to the wall if I can, and see if I can cover it with something, that might actually work. We can bring it out to here, and I can even it up here. It would look pretty decent. Yeah, okay. It's worth another shot. Definitely worth another shot. We could go on the inside. It takes a while to load. Here, I better get something to drink while this is loading. Stupid Xbox controller. Dodgiest audio of all times on these controllers. There's no way to plug the microphone into the Xbox itself. And it's got to go into a jack on the controller. Horrible. Well, we'll see what these new consoles are about anyway. They can't be worse than these ones. It's just this little bit now is kind of holding me up a bit. Yeah, this is apparently all this game is done on the Unreal 4, the older engine. Does anyone remember when, I think it was EA, and they were called up to members of Parliament in the UK to explain the situation with loot boxes, where apparently you pay money for loot boxes and you have a small chance of getting something. So, I don't know. That sounds like gambling. But, yeah, apparently it was a major problem with kids there. Do you like EA? Yeah? But do you remember that one? There was a female CEO, and she was asked by one of the MPs what was the story with the loot boxes, and she said, well, they're not loot boxes, they're more like a Kinder Surprise. I almost choked laughing on that one. Yeah, I don't know if she was the CEO, but she was speaking on behalf of EA. You should be able to check it on YouTube. This wasn't the one where they were called up to Congress in the US. This is where they were called to Parliament in the UK. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about that company, out from what I've seen on that, actually. I just assumed she was the CEO, because she was speaking on their behalf. Or maybe she drew the short straw. Not sure. Yeah. Yeah, not sure. You worked there. Yeah. Yeah. So what was the system in EA? I do know they've taken a bit of stick, let's say, for their massive monetization thing. So that would be obviously spot on. So EA, they would have stockholders, yeah? And it would be like quarterly kind of stuff, yeah. Oh, I see. But in every corporation, let's say, from what I can see, obviously the people working there have zero control, much like the people have zero control of their government. It would be the top 3 guys, let's say, where the orders would come down. You know, you need to work. Yeah, on that. That's getting bought out by some kind of foundation, isn't there? Yeah. There's some Saudis and some hedge funds. And from what I've heard, I think that hedge fund thing or something with Kushner, isn't it? Yeah. There's been a lot of talk about that on the internet. But yeah, they've gotten a lot of stick over the years. So what was the stories Fantastic would when they were doing the soccer games? Yeah, I think from what I've heard, maybe it's a different company, I'm not sure. I remember they were doing EA Sports. That soccer game was huge here. But apparently they couldn't call it FIFA anymore because it was some kind of money dispute. So they called it something else, wasn't it? Yeah. And yeah, trying to buy them all up. Definitely diversifying, all right. But I remember there was a lot of hullabaloo. The game they released, let's say for that year, was exactly the same game as last year. They just changed a few names on the players. And somebody showed a screenshot where they forgot to, the background advertisement, and the year was on it. They forgot to remove the year. Do you remember that one? Yeah. So they were just recycling the same stuff from last year, changing a few names and maybe a few players. Yeah. Sports washing. Is that what it's called? Yeah. Yeah. People were pretty angry with that one, to be honest. No, I've never been much into sports games, actually, myself. I started off, obviously, with strategy games and then, did RPGs and then got into building and other stuff like that. Anything to keep occupied, really. But I've always been, playing games since the late 70s, Started with Pong and the arcades and got the first consoles. And obviously when, as an adult and working, you're having a career, you wouldn't have as much time as you would like. But I would always have a few hours on the weekend, So, the usual stuff. So that's what it's called, sports washing. Well, there's more than sports washing going on now. They're washing everything. No, there was no games in the late 70s. There was Pong. It was a kind of analog thing. It was just a box with a stick. And basically, you put the batteries in. You plug it in the analog on the back of your TV. And there was 2 paddles. And there was this bouncing dot. And it was like kind of table tennis. But still constitutes as a game. Yeah, you probably are. You should remember Pong. It was out around the late 70s. Okay, right. Those punch cards. Now, let's see. See if we can do something with this here. We might get away with this one, guys. Probably. Maybe. Now let's see. Joke, yeah? Yeah, okay. I think that would work. We should be able to hide that edge. Right, okay. Get these over here. Now let's see if we can scrape this up into shape. Yeah, that's much more like it. Now. Yeah, it's a pity this isn't a little bit longer. But I suppose if I wanted to, I could close it down again. No problem hiding that later, but I think that would do. Okay, we can do the last of the decorating that a little later. But I think that's the best I can do with it so far. Yeah, that kind of works. Now, right, let's do something with that area. There's no way we'll fit in another tree. Hang on, let me just save this. I mean, I'm fairly happy with that. We'll get something done on this end a little later. I've got the trees already grown down here. It takes about 4 to 6 seasons or something. So I kind of grew them in advance. And I can actually move them, so that's kind of handy. Instead of waiting for them to grow where they are and then changing my mind. Oh, not dogs, these smaller ones. I might be able to get away with one of these guys. Hang on. There we go. Right. We can just fill up the area and then I'll work out the decoration a little later. This is something I definitely don't want to fit 2 in, so we just... roughly... leave it there for a moment. That's not too bad. So that's okay for a moment, we'll sort out later. No, the rest is just basically decoration. We better finish before the other side. Will be pretty quick. You know, it's just a tiny area. Then we've just got a little bit down the center. something where I'll be working around this end here. Yeah, can't really go up high enough. Yeah, somewhere down there. Not exactly small, is it? Oh yeah, I've got to do this. This is going to be awkward now. Oh, I could. I could go with a hedge, guys. It would come out maybe a little far. Maybe. It will push out too much. I definitely need something a little different. Oh, so go from here. I suppose we could, but it's still gonna start to push out. Okay, maybe there, and then we're, yeah, we're gonna suffer with the same kind of problem. That's the problem when you end the road too close to a house like that. Let me see. I prefer to go with that smaller rails, but how are we gonna work out this one? Oh, maybe. It still leaves me with this section here. Okay, let's save it anyway. I might have a plan. Depends on how far I can actually get this out. So I just want to roughly put this in for a moment. See how it looks. It's gonna come out too far. Even at that, it's a bit much. It's not the worst. That's my problem there. I need a little bit tighter than that. The problem is I can't really... You can from there, maybe. You'll still come down at this end, but you're still kind of stuck here. Hang on. Oh, hang on for a second. I might have another plan here. It would mean the higher fence, but let's see. Oh, hang on. I wonder, could we get away? No, ground is too high. We won't get away with a wall on this one. So, what about something silly like this? Well, that's fairly tight. I could add to this again. We kind of come back on this end here. It's a bit much, isn't it? I would have to do something on that. Or we'd have to come out a little bit more. Let me see. I don't know about something like that, to be honest. I'd probably be better off with a tree. It's okay if you were kind of going double, kind of put it in the same, leaning in to the center. We'll move that for a moment. Or the only other option would be that guy. Probably. Well, it definitely gives us a little bit of leeway, alright. Yeah, that I could probably live with. It's hiding a lot of the gate, so we can move in a moment. That wouldn't be a thing. I think we might be able to get this. It's gonna take a little bit. And let's see where we wind up on this. Oh, not bad actually. Yeah. It's a pity I can't use the other fence here. But you know what? The hedge actually might work on this. I'll give this one a save, guys, I think. If that's the case, I could use the iron gate on that, but it wouldn't really match. I don't mind the hedge to a certain extent. With this, I could hedge this off here. Yeah, we could have the hedge on both ends. I definitely have to do something on this. Let me see. It's not gonna look very dandy from here. I'd have to come out maybe one piece, but let's see. See, unfortunately, that is at an angle. You would seriously want to be there, and then going there is not really, you know, what I was looking for, but let's see. See if I could get away with this. Probably. That's not too bad. So, the gate situation. Let's have a look at the other gate. Here, I better save. See, I can't really go with the fencing here now. I'll have to cover that in. It's possible, I suppose. Let's see how much we can get away with it here. Could we get away with something as stupid as this? We have to remove a piece of the road. Probably. That's going to go a bit sideways, I'd say, but let's see. Yeah, I know it looks perfect from here, but how does it look from the map? And that's the problem, isn't it? Yeah. Not cool. Not cool unless I brought it the entire way to the end. Okay, maybe. Yeah, we'll just give it a rough look and see. Now let's see. That's more like it. It's just all I have to do is just, you know. Yeah, okay. I think we might have a solution to this. I'll change the gate in a moment once I get this right. So we need to adjust that fraction tighter. Okay. Still too far. Okay, I'll go as close as I can. I don't think it's gonna work. Well, that's as close as we're gonna get it, I'd say. If that doesn't work, we're in trouble. Let me see. No, I'd have to actually push the other one out a tiny bit. It would be easier. Yeah, I think we're on to something here, guys. We just need to stick with it for a little bit. We'll have to push this guy in a fraction. Here, let's see if we can sleep till morning. Just a few seconds. Yeah, once we get this awkward little area in, we can move on. Okay. Well, I think I'm happy enough for this so far. Actually, I would probably prefer to put another one in here. I can take the hedge out in a second. If I can line up the road correctly, that would be perfect. Yeah, I think that is lined up. This one might be a little harder to do. Let's see where my central line was. And this is kind of strange. Going center and this doesn't really make a difference. One side, you know, doesn't push out as much as the other side. It depends on the ground level as well. Can affect what it looks like on the map. So we'll say roughly there. I'll give us some point of reference. Okay. So I'll guess this one for a moment. That's probably off. Let me see. It's still not enough. Okay. Surely that's enough. I think it's still creeped in a little bit. Oh, no, that's pretty decent, guys. I think we've got it. I think we have it. Now let's see. And those little bits you see, let's say those spaces, that's just where it removes the foundation mark. That will come back in on a reload. They're permanent. Let's see. Oh, I'll grab something to drink where this loads up. I'm thinking about putting another tree on the other side. We'll push it right to the house. And I'll see about, well, I don't know, I might leave that gate. What was I saying? Well, it wouldn't hurt because we're kind of pushing it out a little bit on that, won't we? I think the gate is okay. Well, we don't have a lot of other gates anyway. Okay, let's see what we've got. Tiny bit on the edge, guys, but from that it looks pretty decent. Let's see. Yeah, I can actually see it now. Just that tiny, tiny bit. That looks about right. I think we've got it. Yeah. That's the one there now. That will blend in later. We'll leave that. We won't need a reload for that. I can pretty much see it. That should fix itself. Right. Okay. Now, let's see if we can spruce this a little bit. I don't mind this because it does match this, I suppose. I think I'll leave it, to be honest. Yeah. This, however, I'm not too fond of this. Unfortunately, we'll have to lose the hedge. Let me see if we can get this guy. Yeah. That looks more what we're looking for, to be honest. Now, let's see if we can center on this guy. Yeah, that would work. I know it took some time, but still. We managed to get a little bit more green in there. I would have liked to have getting that closer to the wall, but impossible. Not much I can do with that. That will have to do. Yeah, that's tempting. No, I can always do something with that a little later. It's not a biggie. No, we need something similar here, but it doesn't have to be a gateway. My problem here is cutting back in. You could go 3-3, but that's... nah. No, you're talking about a smaller fence here. You could go there, come around, yeah. That's the only way we're going to do this. Oh, we'll be putting a lot of washing stuff and clotheslines and stuff here. So I can probably start to do a little bit of the decorating now. I'm basically thinking from there, and then we'll cut in a fraction. Let's see. A bit more on the way on the top of that. So roughly about there. Right, let's see. Let's see what we got. Did we overdo it? No, not really. Yeah, I could probably live with that. Oh, sugar. Yeah. You see this? If we could get in line with this. Ah, but you see where we're kind of caught. How would I manage that? It won't let me out enough on that side anyway, that I know. Yeah. But hang on. I think the plants kind of even out anyway. Just might get away with this one. Yeah, yeah, that will do. Yeah, that works. Cool. That's not going to be much of a thing. I'll find something anyway. I don't even really need to hide it, but... yeah, okay. I think we're pretty good with this so far. Yeah, that's it. That's our fencing. Now, I'm torn whether to start more of the decorating here or start to close down the few places we have left on the center or the other side. Well, that's the heavy lifting anyway. It's a pity we don't have much stuff for decorating outside. Oh, hang on. We're not done by a long shot. This is the last area here to solve. So, obviously low fence. We could bring this right down. Probably. What have we got here? What a tree we can move. We'll line that. Oh, I see. You're not moving that tree. Okay. What about this little guy? It's a stretch, but we'll see. If we could... we could move that guy down a bit. I definitely have enough room. Let's see. I'll save here just in case. I'd want to go down a good chunk, wouldn't I? We're definitely taking a chance on this guy.
What do you mean? They can't work until they're 18.
Come on now. That's apparently as far as we can get it back. I think the road came in after this, so it might push back a little bit.
Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better.
It might blend back. Let me see. Can we move this guy? Yeah, that looks kind of okay now. Oh, that's cool. We're gonna actually get it back a little bit more. I can kind of live with that one. Now, this is the problem. How is this looking? Does it need a little bit of attention? Let me see. Did we get it right? There looks to be a tiny turn on this. I'm just imagining there is, but we'll see. I think that might be it, is it? Oof. Oof, that doesn't look great, does it? Well, usually when you see that little piece there, it needs a little turn again in the inside, but I don't know about that one. I'd like to get that a clean square if I could, but I doubt that's gonna happen. Maybe if I... I'll just mess about with a moment if I might get lucky. With this maybe... There we go. There's our clean square. You can kind of tell if it's a bit wavy. You know, once you get it looking... Well, that kind of rectangle shape. Yeah, that might work. Could we squish in one of these here? Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting one more in here. Let's see what it would look like. Yeah, we could just about... That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. I'll come in with my little fence. Yeah, I could see that work. Now, let's save this guy here for a moment. We'll load it up and we'll see if that worked. I think it did. It did. I need to do this to see if I need to put another patch on it. Part of the road, which... you're talking about taking the middle out again. Big job. It's just a matter of manoeuvring it into place. More plants would have been nice, especially those original plants like those little flower gardens in the villages. They could have doing it with maybe smaller squares and yeah, that would have been interesting. But still, what did it give us better than nothing, I suppose. Now let's see what we've got. Yeah. That's it. Okay, we were successful on that one anyway. Right. Now, round 2. Well, I don't think I would need a line for this. It's just a small distance to go. Ah, sugar. Okay, let's see if we try that one there. Right. Okay. We're just out a tiny tad. That's even worse. It's the other one actually. It's that one there. Which one is it? It's 2 from this edge. That's 2 from that edge there. Come on now. Yeah, there we go. That should do it. Okay. Okay, we'll check it with another one and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that works. Okay, this is a woodshed, so oh, I don't have any here. What do I need? Yeah, I can make some here actually.
Hey! I was using that!
So go with 50, that should give us 200. It's a bit dicey, alright. Alright, that's okay, we just need a filler. That's all we need. I can do the rest of the decorating later. This is the last piece, guys. So, I don't know, I'm pretty okay with this guy anyway, I think so far. Perfect. That will do. Now, we don't have much of a choice. We're talking about coming out, coming to here and then going back in. This one is pretty much in line here with that, so I don't know. Let's see. We need this to be reasonably straight. Yeah, that could be an issue. Let's say we bring it in as far. That looks probably right. I don't like the empty patch here. I like to get the fence, you know, right to this, but I don't think it's possible here. Especially the way we've done it here. Actually we could have coming out, to be honest. If we were coming out, we'd be going right from that guy. We'd be going in here and it would be pretty much hidden. I might kind of redo that one, to be honest. We can get this a lot neater. I wonder is it worth the hassle? Let's see. Probably. Oh, we still have a good bit of time anyway. And if it doesn't work out, I can just have the original, save it. Not too much time wasted. Okay, let's look at this again. Okay. It's going to be coming out quite a bit, all right.
To eat vegetables.
Roughly. It's just got to look okay to the eye, really. Now, how far does this go back? I'm trying to do the minimum on this guy. So we'll be going roughly center. So, around that dark piece. Okay. Be a bit on the much, but well, it definitely looks better on this. I can move the wood later, it's not a biggie. Yeah, I'd much prefer that. Gives a little bit more room to work with, and we can keep the fence online coming out from here again, and then blending back again and covering it with those shrubs. Yeah, that would work. That would keep a nice line. Hang on. No, pity. Maybe I'll move it out, I might be able to get that in. Don't think the ground... No, the ground is never going to let me do that there. Pity. Okay, I think it's time to sleep. We've just got this little corner to deal with. Then we're in business. I think that's all of it. The place is so big and I can't keep track of the things that need to be done. Now, okay. Well, we'd be out a bit from that, wouldn't we? Oh, we there. Maybe on the inside of this. Yeah, that's out a good bit, isn't it? Okay, we'll give it a shot anyway. How bad can it be? Ah, you know. Okay. Okay. Kind of. I don't know, that looks okay to me. Oh, it's coming in all right. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's roughly about right. Now let's see. Doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but you know, pretty close. Ah, okay. That's exactly the one I needed. Now let's see.
I definitely belong here.
That looks promising. Very, very close. Very close. I think that's it. Yeah, close enough. Okay. Let's start doing this guesswork here. Now, least amount of this as possible. So let me see. I'm gonna be going. To be honest, it's more like here. More like there. So we could be going back a minimum. I'd say on that guy would work. So it's roughly there. This is all kind of more of a guesstimating. Okay. Yeah. Ah, sugar, I should have gone from the other end. We have two corners to contend with now. Hang on. Yeah, we have two corners to contend with. It's not as easy as the other one. Both have to come in at exactly the right angle. Maybe going dead center on that guy. Yeah, that's close enough. Right, we'll have to start from this side.
Morning breeze. It smells divine.
Okay, right. So anywhere around there, I suppose. Okay. That's the thing I was actually fearing. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it looks anyway. I went maybe a little far on that one. No, that was just pretty tight. Okay, let's give this a look.
I've got no idea what will be
Yeah, that works. Now, there's nothing else I have really, only these, so we'll use them. Yeah, that works. Okay. Now just get up 2 lights in this and then, I don't know, will we finish the final decorating or... Yeah. Let me have a look at that for a moment. No, that's about it really, isn't it? be able to get a little bit more. See if we can go center on that one, I'm not sure. Oh, it does look better coming in from here, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Well, it is dead center. Okay. These are a pain in the backside to get level, but okay, that's not bad. I need more of an overhead view like No Man's Sky for this kind of thing. That mod I was talking about on Fallout 4 Call Place Anywhere. With that I could actually just put that right within the tree. That would be cool, just leaving out the lamp part. Yeah, that would be decent, but we haven't got that one. And the way you move this, let's say wood controller is and right trigger, so that's why it's hard for me to get, you know, the exact space I want. It moves it too much. And that one is slightly off. We'll get it. That's ridiculous. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's the heavy lifting done here for the time being. Just lurking. No problem, John. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, and it's kind of you to say. I hope you have a good lurk and a good rest of your weekend, John. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, that would work for me. Yeah, you see what I mean? It's more of an angle thing. Here. You'll never get it exactly perfect. It all depends on what angle you're looking at, but yeah, I don't like that one. Something like that, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll go with that. Now, I like to do this in layers. We get this done, this done, this done, and then we'll start filling it with junk. I think we could squish in another tree here, guys. More the merrier, I suppose. Oh, there's another area down here. God, this place is huge. Yeah, well, that's pretty much done. I get junk here, but I think we can definitely fit another tree. Anything to fill up the space. Oh, this is always the killer part. Decorating it. Decorating takes longer than building it. Yeah, that didn't turn out too bad. Kind of fitting outside a hunting hut, I suppose. No problem. Yeah, no problem. And thanks for lurking and hanging out, John. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And take care. I'm still dealing with my neck on this, but this is helping me. I'm right at the base of my skull. It's definitely that disc, alright. Horrible. It could be worse. Could always be worse. Now, let's go. Ugh. What a combination of building in this game and the music almost knock you out pretty quick. The music just gets in your head, really. Which one are we going on anyway? Is there one down here? Yeah, here it is. There's another one up there as well. One never. Oh, I see. Here it is. This could work alright. Now we'll just roughly put it in. And when we're doing the final decorations on this, well, I'd say it would need to go roughly about there, but that's for later. We'll just get in the heavy stuff. Now, well, like this will be all plants, I'd say. Yeah, it's a long. Hang on, might be able to get in a tree or two here. Oh, definitely get one anyway. The more trees I get in, the less there is to do, and the more of an overhang there is. It is a trade-off using so many trees. The other one I did, let's say, we couldn't make any trees ourselves before the DLC, so there's a really good view from the air. Here the trees are blocking a lot, but on the ground, yeah, I think it looks good. It gives it a kind of shadowed kind of forest look. Yeah, that's even a thing. You see what I mean about the view? So it actually looks a little smaller than it is, but if every building was visible, the scale of it could be seen, really. I didn't think it would work out, to be honest. Oh, hi Voltron. And thanks for lurking, appreciate it. I didn't think, let's say, the engine or the cell would take this kind of abuse. Like, out from how many trees there is, even those forestry trees, these spruce, there's a slight little animation on them, a little bit of movement in the wind. There's one thing I've learned from Fallout 4, anything with animation or flame takes a decent, especially flame. The light is not too bad. That's why I don't use a ton of those brazier things, I will use a copper, obviously, and even torches. Valheim couldn't deal with it that good. And then they come out with those miner's lights, that you actually wear. You buy them from that vendor. But they also give you a plaque for a wall, let's say, for hanging trophies and that. And I remember actually discovering that you could actually put the miner's light on it. And that made some really good lighting. You know, if you were careful, you could even hide the lights, let's say, behind some trophies. Valheim was a great building game, but the graphics not as good as this. And not as immersive either, because no NPCs. None of that stuff. It would have been nice if you could get even a few in for your base, you know. I suppose you could build a settlement around those dwarfs, but they were pretty grumpy. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, it's a biggie. Okay. What are we looking for? A tree? Oh, this pain is ridiculous. Usually it just goes on for a few days and then goes away for a week or so. Oh well. At least when you're feeling something, you're still alive, huh? Oh, we should be going to summer season. Yeah, it should be time now. I'll have a check on this when we plant this tree. Summer is better. I can... Some of these plants only bloom, let's say, in the summer. You know, it's ideal for building if you want to see what something looks like. How do we get in here? There's an entrance there somewhere, is there? Oh, come on, Croc. You surely have one here somewhere. Okay, we must have passed it. Ah. Okay. Oh, did I see a little flicker there for a moment? No, you won't be building anything there. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. So you'd be placing this guy in a... It is a stretch, alright. I think you'd be only getting away with one unless... Leave that as a stretch. It's coming out a little further than I would have liked, to be honest. I'd want to get that central before it would really do anything for me. There's something else we could probably use anyway. Let me see. Oh, sugar, I still have some work down here. Around there would be a decent spot, or here. I'll do something with that later. Where's that thing I was working on? Here. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Here. It's just going to take some time. We'll do the outhouse, we'll do some decorations. But when we put a fence across this, we'll have to make a break in it somewhere. Well, obviously then I have to do it here. Oh, hi Eva. And how are you? And then maybe without the trees, just the outhouses. Or you get one here, but not on the other side, so you'd have to pass on that. Outhouse, outhouse. You're definitely not fitting one in here. Yeah, there's no way you're getting a tree here. I can quickly check without doing any damage. Let me see. Yeah, you're not getting no tree in there. So you'd leave them out on the back. go with the other houses, though. You could hedge it, I suppose. That might be a bit much. Maybe. God, it never ends, the decorating on this. You think you've finished an area and then you see something like this. Okay. What do we do with that other tree? I'll sort that other tree later. I'll be eventually finishing that spot, so I think everything is done here. Pretty much. Now, that NPC that I was training. Okay. Okay, she's done on the farming anyway. So, we'll put her into production. No, actually, I'll put her on the well for a little bit. And finish off with that. Okay. There we go. Now we'll collect all the junk that we need to sell. We'll have to do our little run as well before we get back. But the second that these guys turn 18, I'll pair them up with some of the local NPCs. There's still about 10 3-bedroom houses I've got to fill. I wanted to make it interesting. I started off with about 2.5 dozen NPCs from here, and then, you know, trying to work on their families to get that generation gap. All the animals I bought together now seem to die off, you know, making it very tedious replacing them. But the same thing will eventually happen with the settlers, so I need, you know, every 20 settlers to probably have about 7 to 10 years between them, I suppose. Would be nice. Now, okay. Let's grab this junk in here so we can be ready. This will be just, you know, the edging of this and maybe a few of the smaller trees, some junk carts, that kind of thing. I don't even want to touch the center for a while. I'm doing little bits here and there when, you know, and here, this is going to take some time. This is where we start laying out food and doing all that kind of stuff. But I'll be off after this stream for 2 days and back again on Tuesday evening, so that will give me, well, I always come in here when I have time, getting most of this kind of stuff out of the way. Especially the stuff I'm not sure about, trying to come to a decision on it. God, the neck pain is so bad, it's giving me a migraine. Let me just stand up for a while. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, we'll just skim off some of the junk from this to sell. Oh my good God. That's a lot of daisies. Okay. I only keep about 2,000, and only because of the challenges. Okay. 3.7 on that one. I don't always have enough to get the challenge out on that season. Now, keep X number of stuff. 1,000 is more than enough in this. Of course, there is a kind of dry. Well, there never is in this. It's all coming from the manure. Okay. Okay. I see we're getting low on tools. We'll have to do that next season. I have a ridiculous amount of storage places up, but it's still not enough. I know we're starting to get a bit... Yeah. Just gotta keep this under control. Yeah, I wonder what we're like for buckets, guys. Okay, we're almost done. Look at that for rot. Ridiculous. Kind of runs away too quickly. Yeah, that looks okay. Okay. This one is 1685. I get this guy out, and that's it. And then we just collect the food at the start of the season. Then we're good to go. Yep. That's it. I wanted to collect a sword for a kid. Decided to pop in and say hello again. And thanks for popping in, Kat. And hi. Yeah, we still got a little bit of time, so we're going into summer. I always prefer to build in the summer because all the plants are blooming then. You know, you can see a little bit better how they would look. Oh, yeah, I've still got that neck pain. It's not as bad as it was, but it's going to take a day or two to get over this one. As long as I don't need an operation for it, I suppose I can stand it, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like I've been hit by a baseball bat in the neck. It's giving me a migraine because it's putting pressure on the base of my skull. Every time I move, I can hear a crunch. Could be worse. It could always be worse. How did I collect that sword? No, I didn't. There. But the original character in this was Ransomir. This is Hubert Ransomir's son I'm playing with. Lambert is his son, so I'll be playing with him eventually. So technically I'm my own grandpa. Which is something. No, about 10 years ago I got a neck injury, Cat. It's called a bulge disc. And basically, like, there's some nerve endings and they've been kind of squished out from the spinal cord. And what happens is, you know, when you move your neck, it kind of like a vice, it clamps down on the nerve endings. Yeah. The operation to fix it is pretty serious and carries a substantial risk of being paralyzed. So me and myself, let's say, and the specialists that we're seeing. Maybe we want to avoid that at all costs, unless we've got no choice, you know. No, it's not. The side effects of it obviously would be sciatica. If you're not familiar with that, the pain is similar to, you know, when you get a cramp when you're swimming or jogging. Maybe not as bad. Maybe about, you know, it's really bad. Let's say, well, about maybe 15% of that. But unlike that cramp, it's never ending. It goes on for days and sometimes even for weeks. Impossible to sleep. You will get muscle atrophy as well, you know. But, you know, you keep walking and that, you'll keep it in check. But I feel like someone has, oh my god, like they have a knife stuck in the back of my skull. Back pain. 0. Oh, bad. Oh my, that's horrible. But sometimes, you know, even a doctor they just really do an educated guess. They're really there just to, you know, send you to specialists. But, you know, lots of people have problems like that you know, are too dangerous to operate on. And so can manage to exist, you know. This can be operated on. But what was it he said to me? There can be 3 outcomes. Best case scenario, my pain will reduce by at least 1/3. Then the other one is it could be much worse. And then I could be paralyzed from the neck down. But the operation is taking a piece of my hip, squishing it in, and wiring it up. So, even if it was a complete success, you know, well, the odds are small of being paralyzed, but they're still there. And I have an uncanny knack of you know, winning the odds if it's not in my favor, unfortunately. What was I saying? Yeah, but even if everything works out, you know, taking a piece from my hip would weaken my hip. I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore. So the chances, let's say, of getting a hip replacement in the future would be greatly greatly heightened. And I actually have, or had, a few friends that had a hip replacement. No, complete success. But every single one of them, within about 5 years, passed away from complications. Blood clotting, which is a major problem with a hip replacement. And seeing as I have high blood pressure as well, and already carry a risk of blood clotting, you know, there's a ton of things to look at. But no sense in worrying about it. Just keep on living until you can't. Worry about it when you're dead. Yeah. Yeah, but they won't take the chance anyway, Kat. Unless you sign some forms. You know, even to the stage, let's say, where even if it was like 1,000 to 1, they won't take responsibility. You know? Yeah. You've got probably other underlying complications as well. You know? I wouldn't know your medical history. But it's just fate, it's destiny, there's not much you can do about it. Obviously I prefer it if it didn't happen, but you know, you gotta live with it as well. Yeah. If we dwell on that, Cat, you know, what is it Marcel was saying? Those who dwell in the past have no future. Yeah. But still, it is a worry, obviously. Just try not to worry too much. You keep yourself busy, even if it's only games or, you know, hanging out more with family or whatever the case may be. But as Marcus really has said, death smiles at all men. And all a man can do is smile back. So basically, yeah, you're not going to change anything. Anyway, you could be perfectly healthy. You know, could naturally live to 100 and decide to go jogging and be hit by a drunken driver or be hit by lightning. You never know, you know, when something like that would happen. I don't know, the conversation is taking a bit of a morbid twist. But, yeah, the point is, don't worry about things that you cannot change, and just keep living your life until you can't. That's all anyone can do, you know. Worrying doesn't help, actually, it makes it much worse. Yeah, I do as well. I can definitely relate, Kat. But it does get a bit depressing sometimes. You know, the sleeping twice in the day for an hour and a half. That kind of stuff. Can only sleep when you're exhausted. Waking up in pain, going asleep in pain. Always something. Exactly, yeah. I'll hang on as long as I can. Yeah. This is so bad that it's even affecting my gums. Okay. Enough about me. Let's play the game. Oh, let's see what we've got. We've got a dead hen. Cool. And here's the summer. So, have these guys got a quest for me? Oh, the kid has a quest, of course. Okay, let's save here and do his quest. Hang on. Before I do... Oh, let's get something done here. Now, let's check our little apprentices for a moment to see if there are any new ones. There's like a ton of kids here. So I have to be careful what you eat. Yeah, dentist doesn't even want to have a coffee. Yeah? I'm okay with that though. Yeah. There's a name for that, isn't there? It starts with a P. Something like... It's not... what's it called again? It sounds like pyrite or something. I know pyrite is a metal. Yeah, what's that name again, Kat? It's a certain form of gum disease, probably the most common. You get that kind of receding. Oh, gingivitis, yeah. Oh, is that what? Yeah, there's another one. I don't know if it's actually still going now. I remember during the 80, well, a couple of 100 years ago. What was it called again? Pyorrhea. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's called pyorrhea. That's another one. Yeah, I don't know the cause of that. Just probably unlucky, I suppose. Yeah, I've heard of gingivitis, yeah. But this other one, it starts to kind of strip your gum back from your teeth. And then all your teeth will fall out. Cool. It hurts when it gets... It's all really sensitive, yeah? No, we got no new guys. So we're good to go. And here's Where's my kid? Right. This is a game called Medieval Dynasty Cat. It's available on the Xbox and PC. Not sure if it's available on PlayStation. But it's pretty good, but it all depends on what you like, you know. For some it might be a bit draggy. But it's called Medieval Dynasty. Check out the trailers of it anyway.
Hello.
There we go. Have that. So what are we up to now? 81. What are you up to? So, I've been practicing running and jumping all day long. I think I've had enough since my legs are aching already. I have an idea for something less exhausting. I'm all ears. What about playing a game? Oh my good god. I got it on sale for about, I think it was like 22 euros or something. But I think if you give full price for DLC, it was probably about 10 bucks or 12 bucks more. But I think it might be on sale now. I think it might be on sale. You might be able to get this and the DLC, and the DLC is just some more plants. But I don't know, probably around 25 bucks. But it's well worth it, you know. I'm not sure what price it is now. I think I got it for 22.50 or something, and then eventually I gave a $5. That's five bucks for the DLC. I usually wouldn't buy more stuff for a game because I tried to discourage that, but I think these guys deserved it. You know, they did a good job on the game. They had it at a sensible price. They took pride in their work. You know, they minimized, the bugs are almost zero. And if they do happen, it's just, you know, something really minor, you know, and very, very rare. So, yeah, they deserved the support. I don't mind, you know, if they're fair, I don't mind, you know, paying a little bit more. Yeah, but I wouldn't know what it is now, and I wouldn't know, you know, what, well, obviously you're on Twitch, but I don't know if you're on PlayStation or you're on PC or whatever. Obviously on PC it would be, you know, much cheaper. How about playing a game? Blah 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 blah. Sure, why not? Great, I'll have a look around for proper rewards. Come back to me later. Will do. Let's play a little game. Wait for the next morning. Fair enough. Let's go get our junk. On PC, so you should be able to pick it up pretty cheap. Steam have been always pretty decent to their customers. Unlike our console landlords.
Say, and either argue with you about the piteous things, or go and gather some berries. I have a feeling.
From what I've heard, let's say from my sons and other people, and from what I can see from Steam, is okay, there might be a, you know, raking in a lot of money, but only because they're the best. They tend to focus more on creating trust and you know, that kind of stuff, and you know, a decent community, you know, trying to protect their customers. Although not a perfect corporation or company, whatever you want to call it. And they have a few little sketchy practices, but nothing compared to the guys on console. Yeah, just baby steps compared to those. But probably for gaming, you know, it's the fairest place around. So that's why they would get about 70% of the traffic for games. Of course, the guys running console don't like that, you know. But who likes their competition? They love to call Steam a monopoly. But how can you be a monopoly when there's About 4 other platforms doing similar things. They just get more traffic because it's a better platform, really. Well, they sell games that would be of adult content. Yeah, you know, as long as it's legal, they will sell it. Although they did ban a lot because they were pressured by credit card people, you know, and the vast amount of payments on Steam would be credit cards, so basically extorted, you know. But it's like, who has the right to tell you what you can and cannot buy if it's legal? So let's say marijuana is legal, let's say in California. I don't know if it is or not. And, you know, you went into your chemist, let's say you had medical problems or whatever, you were using it for recreational. It's legal. And you try to use your credit card, let's say it's MasterCard, and they refuse payment. And they would preach to you that you shouldn't be buying marijuana with it. Well, if it's legal, it's none of their business. I can understand a bank company getting, ticked off if it was for something illegal. But like, who buys anything illegal with their credit card? That's like robbing a bank and leaving your driving license, you know. So they're basically flexing. But if you leave companies away with that, you know, before you know it, we'll be burning books and going around with pitchforks and torches and that kind of stuff. Yeah, not good. Personally, I don't play those games. They're not my thing. But at the same time, you know, I respect anybody's decision, you know, if they want to buy them. They're adult games. Yeah, so what? You know, we're all adults. It's just fun, it's just a game. But let's say, even if I hated them, and I said, oh yes, who cares kind of thing. You know, I don't like them, I don't play them. But I think that's only a smaller part of the picture. If you let a company or an organization, let's say, take liberties like that, you know, they won't stop there. After a while, there will be no violence. We'll be playing Teletubbies or Barney or The Simpsons or something, you know. You've got that kind of Puritan kind of attitude from hypocrites who have committed terrible crimes, you know, preaching to you. And most of these people running these corporations are deviants, you know, degenerates, hypocrites. The last people that should ever preach. Yeah. And it would be AI generated, and you'd be probably paying $200 for it. That's what corporations want to see. But, you know, I don't feel any hatred towards them or anything like that. It's just I can see something and call it out. You know, capitalism and the free market and, you know, all of that was set up to, you know, you do the least amount of work and cost for the maximum amount of profit. And if you're a company, every 3 months, let's say, you know, you're trying to get more, you outdo, let's say, you'd be getting more, you know, every quarter. Your stocks would be going up, and you know, you'd be flying around in your private jet and all that kind of stuff. So you're under pressure there, let's say, to keep maximizing profits. So obviously, you know, things are going to get bad on the consumer end. Now, this is pretty much, you know, how it goes. Always. No secret. And that's part of the system, and this I don't mind. The thing I have a problem with is, let's say, in the past 3 to 4 decades, or we can go back longer, the growing influence that corporations have on government policies, you know, that is a problem. Like, I don't remember voting for those guys to control laws and stuff. But the real power in any situation is the power behind the throne. And I don't mean that in a kind of conspiracy sense, like it's some kind of evil cabal of, baddies and arch-villains and stuff. It's a little bit more subtle than that, where, if there's a policy that's kind of toxic to the public, but it would maximize your profits, you would obviously try and incentivize the politicians to kind of go with that and spin it and, gaslight it and stuff. Nothing personal on their end. They just want money. And it's not that they care or don't care. They're just... How can I put this? We don't count. Except when we're consuming. Sure, Cat. Anytime. Well, this is all quite normal, really. This is how the world works. It's always been that way. Oh, nothing strange there, but the extent that these corporations have, almost like a sci-fi movie. Yeah, they've got a big reach, all right. Now, okay, we've loaded up with junk. Let's see, is that special vendor here? Some certain things I still need.
The king resigned from the throne?
Okay, probably in one of the 3 other taverns. Well, there's 5 in the game. 3 through the towns and villages, and 2 I have, so at any one time I've got a 40% chance to show up here.
Any ideas on how to force children to eat vegetables?
Yeah? How does he feel about Picasso and Da Vinci? Michelangelo? Or is it just, artists that are alive?
Having a kid
He just said that to hurt you, that's all. A catfisher. Well, basically, no matter what someone believes, if they have an argument with someone, they will use stuff like that, even if they don't mean it. But the fact that they said it, whether they meant it or not, is not really the issue. You were saying, yeah, I wouldn't have any contact, Kat, with those people. It's not good for anyone's mental health to be dealing with that kind of personality. I've seen that kind of personality mostly in boomers, the generation before me, and I've seen it also in millennials. Not hating on those generations, but I've seen, let's say, a more than average kind of thing like that. Obviously, things that happen in your life will affect who you become. He blocked you. Really? Oh. I think he's pretty toxic, to be honest. It's, saying that and then saying that they cared about you is, an absolute oxymoron, because if somebody cared about you, they wouldn't say it, Remember, Cat, ignore what people say. Words are cheap and easy to say, and sometimes people, they say words, let's say, and they think they actually even mean them. But you should not judge by words alone, at least. Actions show someone's true nature. What they do is really who they are, or at least a good part of it, you know. Yeah. No, just easy. Just get that toxic person out of your life. Life is too short for drama, you know. So if you want less drama, get rid of these people. Hi Momo, and how have you been? Yeah, regardless whether they meant it or not. But, you know, if someone said that, I've seen this time and time again. You know, people saying they care about each other in a relationship, and then they just keep on doing these terrible things. Either they don't know what it means, or they're lying to themselves, or they're lying to you. Either way, you can do without that, you know. Awful behaviour. Well, truly, I suppose no relationship is forever in a sense, or no relationship ever stays the same. It can't. Everything changes. Sometimes people go closer, sometimes they grow apart, sometimes they grow apart and closer back together again. It is a compromise, Cat. But finding the ideal person it's like winning the lotto. But if you can get two sensible people together that truly care about each other and they have problems, they can work it out. But getting two people together that are sensible and caring about each other is a pretty rare thing. People change as well, obviously. So it's a combination of caring about someone, critical thinking, logic, and things come into play. You know, it's a lot of different things. Yeah, well, as I said, if someone is toxic like that and making you feel bad, why even entertain them? You know, because if you want that, Cat, you know, there's tons of people who would just love to be toxic towards you on the internet, and it would really make their day. And there's probably some weirdos out there who will actually pay you to take abuse, so you don't have to take abuse, you know. Ah, that's good, Momo. Just chilling at home. Ah, that's cool. And I have a doctor who is playing in the background. Oh, I see. Yeah. How have you been? Yeah, kind of okay. My neck has been giving me trouble tonight. But it usually only lasts for about 24 hours, but it is brutal. Yeah, the problem with something like that, Cat, I've been around long enough to see it. If you're in any kind of relation with another person is toxic, obviously to a certain extent, you've got blinders on, because you might have true feelings. We all tend to do that. Our friends can see it, you know, because they're kind of neutral in it. You know, we miss red flags, or we start to do mental gymnastics to kind of explain this to ourselves. But never assume that the caring you're giving to someone you're giving back. Remember what I said. Someone saying that they love you or care for you, whatever the case may be, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. But if they act in a different way, that's your true self. Now, not to read too much into that, you know, sometimes people can have a bad day, or, you know, you might have an argument with someone. This is all part of life. This is not a problem. But if they're toxic all the time, well, yeah. If you're not prepared to live with that, day in, day out, get out quick. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You know. But trying to make something like that work, it's a way that to be honest, I wouldn't even give that a second thought. I was your age before, and yeah, you know, dating various women, whatever the case may be. But the second they showed any kind of toxic behaviour, now I'd let little things slide because maybe they were having a bad day. But if I seen the red flags coming up and that, yeah, I would say it's over. I would never tell them on the phone anything like that. I would always face them, you know. I think it's not the way to go. But for a lady, it's okay because there is that kind of risk, you know, if you're dealing with a psychopath, you know, that would be okay. Men are a little different, you know. Mm. To explain what happened, oh my God, he's a real beta. I really dislike this person now, Cat. He is he's maxed out beta. Oh, you really don't want a beta, Cat. Yeah, a toxic beta at that as well. Getting his mom to do the explaining, really. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but he's a beta as well. That even makes it worse if that's possible. Betas, I know, like, the internet now is a kind of, I don't know, kind of version of what I think a beta is. But, you know, in my day, a beta was someone that, how would I put this? They were weak. They didn't stand up to responsibilities. And they were very self-centered. They were very, if they had a problem with another guy, they wouldn't sit down and talk it out. They were very cunning, scheming, you know, all of the bad qualities, you know. Sometimes a product, let's say, of a kind of relationship they've seen within their family, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's a beta, yeah. I've never seen so many betas in the past 20 years or so. Yeah, it's like they're everywhere, you know. And beta's not just, let's say, being weak or something like that, or physically. No, that's nothing got to do with it. It's more of been a weakness of mind, you know, a kind of scheming, conniving, toxic mind, and that most men actually don't have. You know, we're pretty straightforward, but a beta would love drama and stuff like that, and psychological warfare and that stuff, and would never hit someone head on. Like I've often spoken to betas here, and we'd be having a conversation. And what a beta will do, always what a beta will do, they will try and, if you say something, they will try and, how would I put this? Contradict you, you know, taking what you said out of context, you know, like a kind of, well, you know, there's something fishy about you. Well, not even that. They would give you kind of underhand compliments, and they would be passive aggressive to people that they consider to be, whether they know it or not, let's say, of a stronger mindset, especially when it comes to the opposite sex. For some reason, I don't know what that's got to do with it, you know. If they think, you know, another male might be more successful, let's say, in getting dates or whatever the case may be, which wouldn't bother me or any real guy, to be honest. So this is what a beta is. You know, they're very weak-minded in traits and stuff like that. But this is how they'll always come across, you know. And the fact that they do it over the internet says a lot, you know. If I wasn't nice to a person on the internet, unless they obviously, you know, really ticked me off, but I wouldn't be giving underhanded compliments, and I wouldn't be, you know, cross-checking everything that's said. I'm taking stuff out of context, like you're trying to find faults, trying to tear someone down to justify your own existence, even for the simplest things. That's a beta. I think now the mean a beta is more like a kind of, you know, a guy that hangs out on Twitch, you know, giving his life savings to streamers and, you know, that kind of stuff. But every few decades, the definition of it changes a bit. Yeah. Now, having said that, you know, both sexes can kind of act that way as well. It's just if it's a male, we tend to call them beta. A bit is always insecure, you know, especially of other guys. Even if it's not justified, you know, they always doubt themselves. Now, don't get me wrong, a little bit of self-doubt is always good, but these guys doubt themselves on everything. And there's one thing a potential partner hates, it's weakness, you know. It's something that we've got hardwired into us. But I mean weakness to insanity, you know. Well, yeah. Usually, people of a toxic nature would suspect you of doing things because they are capable of doing them themselves. A kind of projection, I suppose. But you shouldn't let him live rent-free, Cat. And I hope you don't mind me for saying this. You shouldn't let him live rent-free in your head. A person like that, I'd be deleting the files on. You know, because as long as, you know, he's in your mind, you know, that's as long as he's winning, you know. That guy, I would just delete the files on him, you know. He shouldn't be living there rent-free. Yeah. Just move on. There's plenty of other guys there, and even if there's not, even if you know, we don't need another person, we don't need a partner or a relationship to justify ourselves. Of course, it's a nice bonus, you know, if you get this. But, you know, it's not necessary, you know. And when you're in a relationship, it shouldn't be the center of your life. It should be a good part of it, don't get me wrong. But it should be a bonus to your life and something that makes it a little better. And that, of course, works both ways, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah, for some people, it kind of suits them. But eventually, your instincts will kick in, Cat, you know. But all I'm saying is, if you do find someone, and they're nice and caring and kind and, you know, obviously attracted to them and they're attracted to you, yeah, go for it, you know. There's a lot to be said about a good relationship, you know. And there's a lot to be said about living alone as well, you know. But, you know, if the opportunity comes up and, you know, you think you'd like, you know, a decent relationship with someone, yeah. I've had this conversation hundreds, if not thousands of times with people through the decades, let's say, where they will have an opinion, oh, I'll never be in a relationship, I'll never settle down, I'll never do this. I would say 95% of them, I'd met them 20, 25 years, maybe 30 years later, and they would say, I'm sorry now, I didn't settle down, you know. I wanted a family, and now it kind of appeals to me. But even if you're at a certain mindset now, it doesn't mean that you'll be in that mindset in the future. All I'm saying is, if you find someone nice and that, you know, that's nice, you know. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Now, where were we? We're going shopping. Right. We collected all our junk, didn't we? We did. Let's do this. Well, yeah. Well, we're kind of hardwired to, you know, as a group, to be together. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But you're young, Cat, you know. You're kind of hardened to these kind of feelings after. But a relationship gone wrong like that, I wouldn't be regretting it or, you know, thinking how it could have changed. I'd be actually quite glad that I seen it for what it is and I dodged a bullet on that one. You know? Oh, no problem. I wouldn't put much stock in tokens. a relationship should never be transactionary, you know? It's a bad place to start from. Oh, that stuff. If I give someone jewellery or gifts or whatever, they could keep them. Oh, yeah. It wouldn't bother me. Oh, sugar. Come on, Mr. Wolf. Yeah. Oh, Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah, you coward. Come on. They're not too bad if you do the timing on them. You get a little bit of damage, but it's not bad. Yeah, yeah. Well, I suppose in that case, I've probably been fortunate enough, Cat. It never really bothered me if I was with someone or not. You know? I'm just as happy alone as I am in a crowd. I've always considered myself to be pretty middle ground in most things, which is usually always the best place to be. Yeah, you will with an axe, yeah. It's always the best weapon, I think, to carry in these kind of games. You can use it as a kind of resource gathering tool as well. That's something you're always going to be carrying. We lost someone, didn't we? We did. It was a hen. We'll get one in a moment. Now, let's get selling. Oh my god, I forgot to do the apples. Well, I can do them next season. Not a biggie. That's a lot of soured milk. Yeah, we can do them next season. They'll last for a few seasons anyway. Now, that we need a chicken. Let's go for some KFC. Medieval style. Yeah. There we go. Alright. That was the only animal we lost, so let's take all our cash.
Nothing is true. Everything's
Greeting.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
The solitary pine tree wolves. Excuse me. Yeah, there's usually a few up there. All of them together. That's... Yeah. Well, the most interesting thing that ever happened to me, and I think there is a clip on Discord. I'll have to try and get it transferred over to Xbox. But somebody clipped it from me. I was playing Skyrim, and I just fast travelled in to an area just outside Whiterun. You know where the giants are? To one of those. But just as I fast travelled in, there was a giant walking along, and this dragon spawned in. The giant spawned on the dragon. The dragon flew off with the giant standing on the dragon. We got a clip of that one. Yeah, it was like something from what was that one called? That alien sci-fi movie again, where they were flying those little dragon things. Avatar. Yeah, it was like something from Avatar. The chances of that happening is very, very remote. Yeah, I used those a few times. They're actually quite good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a horrible, horrible bug with Todd and his crew. Apparently, there are only developers in history that can't use the Havoc engine properly. You'll get NPCs spawning in way up in the air. That's caused us a lot of bugs. You know, certain NPCs, you know, falling to their death. And the problem is, once they're there a while, they'll be moved to the Hall of the Dead, and then they'll turn to ash. Even a mod can't save you then. Mm. Yeah, I found out that quite early. That's why usually now in my runs I would have a modded spell, a resurrection spell, you know. But to be honest, even that's not foolproof. Even if you use a resurrection spell, they'll eventually just die off anyway. But at least if you're caught on a quest and you're lucky enough that the body hasn't disintegrated, you can resurrect them and finish your quest. Which you couldn't do with the old spells, so when modded it just turn them into a kind of monster demon thing. So you can do any quests. Yeah. Yeah. You'll see an odd thing here where a guy is supposed to be sitting on something but he's sitting on nothing. That kind of stuff. But it's acceptable enough. But very rare. No.
It was
Yeah, we'll
nice.
just get rid of this junk.
Welcome. I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Oldham, yeah. There was a time, let's say, when the VGS games had a bit of charm. You know, you get these bugs, you know, they were funny and interesting. You know, we were still kind of high on the golden days of VGS. You know, Morrowind and Oblivion especially, and you know Skyrim. But for decades they haven't come out with anything sensible, except two really, really bad online player games, and that mess they called Starfield. I think the charm the honeymoon period for BGS fans, I think, has eventually worn off. I can see big changes with BGS if they don't start making decent games. And when I say decent games, you know, I mean, get the bugs out for goodness sake, do something with your engine or change it, and get somebody that's capable of writing a quest. Doesn't have to be a decent one, you know. But this, it might as well be AI. Actually, AI would be better than the slop that they've been churning out. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if Microsoft have spent so much on AI. I wouldn't be surprised if BGS will be using a lot of AI. That's going to be, there's going to be massive backlash. Yeah, the janky physics, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the most common one. That was definitely a janky one. That's it.
It was
He took all his money anyway. Yeah, I think gamers are fed up now. Those kind of bugs. But ironically enough, let's say, when I started playing Skyrim, okay, I got some bugs, but, you know, the usual amount you'd expect from BGF. But what really surprised me, even out from it being probably the worst game ever made, was the amount of bugs I suffered. Especially when they said they kept it over an extra year for more polish. It was almost like launch day. Even the very first main quest I did was bugged. I went over to that NPC, yeah, okay, we'll go here, and she said, oh, can't go with you, you've already got a follower. I didn't have a follower. But I eventually got her to leave, and I think it took me 3 hours to do the quest, because I had to keep having safety saves, literally pushing her around in the quest to finish it. Do they?
How is life treating you?
Unless I seen that one cat, I would not be subscribing to that one. Unless you're speaking of giants of men. There has been some. Mozart, Einstein, Da Vinci, you know, guys like that. But in physical size, I doubt it. But the amount of stuff out there, cat on the internet, is unbelievable. You've seen I have as well. My wife, for instance, when she's in one of her moods, trust me, that's worse. Now that one was funny. But there's a lot of people, let's say, that would a lot of people would post a lot of stuff totally bogus. It's mainly for likes and views, and obviously they're making money from YouTube and stuff. And if you're bombarded with enough of that kind of stuff, you know, it kind of seeps into your subconscious, I suppose. But the reality of it is much different, you know. The aliens, the giants. I will admit the possibility of alien life is pretty strong. It's just I believe that the distances between us are so vast, you know, they might as well not exist. But I'd like to be wrong about that one, or maybe I might not. You know, who knows what would happen if we did, you know, meet up with an advanced civilization. We know from our history that when one civilization is more advanced than the other, it doesn't turn out too good for the civilization that's not so advanced. So maybe we're better off not meeting a more advanced civilization. But as far as the legends and stories of demons, of giants, of witches and stuff, I've yet to see a shred of evidence. And if you claim to be any kind of critical thinker, I suppose, for something as fantastic as that, you would need some kind of evidence, I suppose. It's like, you know, the ghost theory and stuff. You know, no evidence. And as far as aliens, you'll always seem to get a grainy object in the sky. But there's always a small possibility. But the odds are heavily weighted towards all of that stuff is just stuff, you know? So cringe, yeah. Really? Oh my. I will admit, to be honest, I've seen things I can't explain. Kind of, let's say, hitting on the supernatural side. But then again, I could explain. overtiredness, alcohol, you know, stuff like that.
I saw stranger things.
And even then, you know, I couldn't subscribe to something like that. Ah, multiple personality disorder. Crazy, yeah. There is a mental disorder, alright. Usually someone who's suffered some kind of abuse and trauma. Don't feel strong enough and they would create another alternate kind of person. Yeah. There's actually some famous cases of that kind of stuff. Rare. But there. You know. As I said, these kind of people, you know, I'd be cutting them out. So, do you join a lot of Discord chats and stuff like that? You know, you've had a lot of contact with these kind of people. I don't really bother much with that kind of social media thing. It seems now, in most places, and that if you're introduced to new people, a sizable amount will be, you know, either crazy or extremely toxic or racist or some kind of predator. But it is hard to get a sensible circle of friends if you're picking up your friends, let's say, on the internet. Oh, nasty. Oh, so you know this person in real life? Okay, that's a little different. Oh, this was a friend. Yeah, not just an internet friend. I see. Yeah. Yeah, horrible. Like, even if she didn't like your mom, there was no need for that. And it was totally inaccurate. You know, if you want the definition of that, you know. But yeah, it's not the word, it's the intent, it's the meaning, isn't it? Yeah, she needed help, really. Some people want to feel special, Kat. And, you know. But it seems like the world is full of people like that. It's usually a ploy for attention, I suppose. Who knows? Like even Freud himself had a massive psychological disorder. What did they call it again? It was named after a Roman, no, not a Greek demigod, I think. Started with an E. Something like Hepatitis or something. I forget the name. But basically he was a Greek demigod. And he fell in love with his mum. And apparently Freud had those feelings for his mum. Well, obviously didn't act on them. But, you know, was strong enough to admit it and to you know, realize it. Take Tesla, for instance. Brilliant man, scientist. Was into everything. Like the Tesla cars and stuff. You know, probably named after Nikola Tesla. He was way ahead of his time. Especially on, you know, electricity and stuff like that. He had some serious problems. He was in love with his pigeon. Yeah. Literally. Emotional love with his pigeon. And we all love our pets, but like, he really loved his pets, you know? That's what they say anyway. So, lots of disorders out there. Who knows what triggered that? You know, whether it's nature or nurture, or maybe a combination of both.
What can I do? Let me show you my wares.
What a brilliant man, but quite insane. By normal standards, at least. I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, you know, there's all sorts.
For you, have a good day.
You never know who you're dealing with. Oh, we just seen this lady, didn't we?
Can I? Best prices in the air.
Oh, we missed her as well. Fair enough. That is a lot of milk.
Oh, good luck.
Okay. What is the time? Ooh, we're getting close. We'll have to make camp somewhere. Hmm. Oh, really? Hmm. Oh. Yeah, he was not probably firing from all cylinders. Yeah. He was that character. Yeah. Sometimes people will do that and don't actually believe it, you know. It just, they like to seem different. And that is really different. But most people in general will be, you know, pretty sensible. We could point out the extremes, I suppose, forever. Depends on a lot of things. You know, you'll see it in more of a percentage maybe in some countries that don't kind of, how could I put this? Don't invest as much as other countries, let's say, in free mental health institutions and, you know, free help for that kind of stuff. Obviously, you will see more of a situation like that, you know. And, you know, if you're in a country, let's say, where there's a lot of stress and pressure on you to, you know, keep up with bills and payments and that can break some people as well. They will kind of retreat into a kind of alternate reality, I suppose. It was weird, yeah. 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 It's unfortunately common enough.
Oh, it's you again.
I'm not passing any judgment on people when I say that when I have these disorders. It could have happened to anyone under enough stress, you know. I'm just stating the fact of it. I have nothing against them whatsoever. But I'll tell you what I do think is important, Kat. If you are chatting with someone that, you know, at least if you feel that they're delusional, I think playing along with it is bad. I don't think you're doing them any favours, you know, if you're enabling that and justifying it, you know. I think in a nice way you should just say that, you know, you're not really into that kind of thing, you know. It depends. A lot of things, you know. Everyone's situation is not the same, and we all don't handle pressure the same. As much as we are alike, we are different also, especially when it comes to psychological issues. It is, as I said, common enough. Now, granted, I've seen a lot of people and I've seen a lot of stuff, but, you know, I couldn't kind of guess, you know, the kind of percentage of people that affects. I don't think anyone could. And I wouldn't pass judgment on anyone or any area, you know. But from my experience, you know, that kind of stuff usually, you know, happens from trauma, stress, pressure. Now, obviously, it can be a physical thing where, you know, you have a certain disorder that would be more common in a certain family, you know, that kind of stuff. I have seen that where it can be a kind of trait as well, which can be passed on. But who knows, when they eventually get to the bottom of it, it might be, you know, maybe some kind of DNA strand or, you know, something like that that's, you know, not connecting right, or it's a little different. Probably, yeah. But I tend to think too that much like let's say ADHD and other forms of stuff, I think that might be overdiagnosed a lot. You know, some people, you know, it's only a very few. Some people will be playing a game, you know. But psychology in itself, let's say, is just it's not something we can weigh and balance. It's more of an educated guess, you know. Like you could see, let's say, for instance, and the same could be said, I suppose, about science in a sense, except that science is more something, let's say, that can be replicated. If you see a court case where a guy is insane, you know, he just wants to get into an asylum instead of a prison, they'll bring some guys up and they'll say, oh, this guy's insane. And then they'll bring some other guys up, you know, with the same credentials and say, no, he's not insane, you know. So it's only a matter of a kind of a opinion or educated guess. There is no real way, you know, for some people, but some are, yeah, absolutely crazy. But some are just kind of pretending in some way, I suppose. Hi, Fat Cat, and how are you? Been well, I hope. I've often felt like I could do with one myself sometimes, Cat. Who wouldn't want that?
How are only goods of the highest quality?
Right. Let's get rid of this junk.
Be safe. One family, one village.
Ah, shush. Wait, did we get the other lady that was delicious?
Hell, I've been a vendor since before you could.
Oh, hang on. There's a few things I need from you. Nah, we'll forget about it. I've got enough dye. There's no point.
Have good luck.
There. We'd be lucky just to get rid of the food. We've amassed a large stockpile. Other than art. Yeah, branch out, sure. Yeah, I see no harm in that.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, this pain is getting to me. How long have I got? Oh, I can't believe it. I've almost done my 6 hours. I should be able to last out till then. But if this keeps up, I'll have to see my doc, I think. Which I absolutely hate doing.
Welcome.
Now,
Do you need anything?
God, I'm so tired all the time. It's ridiculous.
Farewell.
What can I...
Oh, I forgot to pick up that chicken, but there's another place down here. I think I can get one.
I'd be safe?
Yeah, this adamant is producing way too much now. I better tune it down a bit. I could be too bad. I rarely get it, to be honest, like this, you know. It's just something that, you have your good and your bad days, you know. Yeah, I was told anyway, if I wasn't going with painkillers, you know, the ramifications of that. And I'm willing to accept it. I don't know. I've seen people on some serious painkillers over long term. And much like steroids, let's say, it tends to change your personality, change the way you think. You know, I've literally seen this. If you get addicted to, well, you will obviously get addicted to painkillers. They're habit-forming drugs. No matter how strong you think you are, your body is different. But it literally changes, you know, everything about you. So even if, you know, you manage to get off them and become clean from medication, painkillers and stuff, you're never the same. It's almost like you die in a sense, because, you know, I suppose at the end of the day, you are only, let's say, you know, your personality, your memories, and, you know, almost like that. That I wouldn't like happening, to be honest. I'm not saying I'm perfect, you know, and I have tons of room for improvement. But, I definitely don't want to reset my brain, you know. And maybe it sounds maybe a little bit much, but, you know, if you take strong painkillers for a little bit to get you over a bump, there's probably no problem. But my problems are chronic, so as long as I'm alive, I'll be having this pain. So that means I will be taking those drugs for as long as I'm alive, and I'm hoping to get a good few years yet, so yeah. You're gonna get the problems of this, you know. I think this is a good place to rest now, you know that. But I think the trade-off is worth it. There might come a day where I might have to take them. But I will absolutely hold out as long as I can before I'm forced to do such a thing. But yeah, it is a drag, as you know, Kat. The constant pain. But sometimes, maybe once, twice, maybe even 3 times if I'm lucky, in a month, I might get a day where I feel pretty okay. It's almost like a weight was lifted from me. Almost forget the stuff you've been through. Until you wake up in the morning, the whole thing starts over again. It's like a bad Groundhog Day. But I'm not ungrateful. You know, as I said, it could have been much worse, and I'm happy enough the way it is. It could have been a lot worse. And I'm thankful it wasn't. Now, I just stretch my back for a moment. Oh. Right. Yeah, but I'll be good, cat. I'm okay. On the game, is it? I don't know, not that I've seen. But you know what I've noticed now? I get tired much earlier. I can sleep, but only for a short time. But I have been sleeping more every day since my blood pressure issue. You know, I'd probably fall asleep twice in a day, maybe get 3 to 5 hours. Now, if I'm falling asleep, let's say twice, maybe in 3 times, it's more like 6 or 7. But I still feel wrecked, but I am getting more sleep. No problem, Cat. Absolutely. Thanks for stopping in, for chatting. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Take care, stay safe, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. But it's what? Yeah, it's Sunday, it still is. Yeah, I've got to check this to see what day it is. I've even lost track of the days. So yeah, take care, Cat. Have a good one. Bye.
How is life treating you?
You've probably heard that kind of thump when I reached out. Sometimes, let's say, because of this neck damage, you know, if I reach for something, let's say it's directly ahead, you know, when I just think about reaching for it, I'll reach a little bit more to the side, you know, like absolutely misjudge it. Like the signals from my brain is not getting, you know, properly to my arm, so it'll be kind of off a little bit. That was my elbow hitting off this undercounter fridge I have here beside me. But it's not too bad. My arm is so numb I didn't feel it. So there is an upside. Absolutely. There's always an upside, guys. But it usually only happens when this neck kind of does this. It's haywire with my entire system. Oh, we picked a hen already. We lost an animal, didn't we? Yeah, I'm nearly sure we lost an animal. Maybe we didn't. Maybe that was last season. Let's see. I thought we lost an animal. Oh, it's not the horses or donkeys. They're almost immortal. No, we're good. Oh, it was a pig. No. No, we're good. It must have been last season. Okay. Where's my cash?
Farewell.
From a run. How? It is in my nature. It was nice.
So, Gostovia. What have we got? We've got another 28 minutes-ish. We could do these rounds and see if we can get a couple more trees in. But after this, guys, I'll be off till Tuesday, which is just as well. I have an appointment coming up Monday. I have another one on the 8th of December. I'm not sure what day that will fall on. But if it's a streaming day, there is a small possibility that might hold me in overnight or maybe for a few days. But if they do, I'll try and make a post on Discord or whatever. But as I said, it's only a small chance. That one coming up on the 8th is a little bit
How are you?
more serious, I suppose. In a sense that, you know, there's a potential that'll hold me in. But sometimes I think those guys are actually vampires. They seem to be pretty fond of my blood because God knows they've taken enough samples. It could be a whole cabal of vampires. Working in a blood bank. Dream job. In plain sight. Usually the best place to hide. Alright, we'll let these guys get organised. Oh, well, at least the pain is dying down a bit. I might actually be able to get some sleep after this stream. But it was going to keep me awake anyway regardless. And I really need to stop smoking so much. I suppose we all have our vices. No. Yeah, I'd like to get done with this game, but at the same time I don't want to quit it until I'm finished. I want to do that settlement to a reasonable standard. And then we move on because I don't really intend on coming back here
How do
again.
you do?
Yeah, once you've played out the 2 maps, there's really nothing to do then. Except do the same thing over, which is too much.
Have a good
I
day.
know.
I lost my
Okay.
carrot. Have you seen my lucky carrot?
Greetings. Only goods of the highest quality. Have a good day.
Any visitors there?
Welcome. Do you need anything?
Oh, at last we got rid of that milk. I thought we were going to have it forever. Go back, we'll have to get that wine out of the way.
Take care.
Greetings.
Alright, let's see if we can get rid of the consumables. Well, I want to keep the other ones so I can make wine from them. There, that's the end of Gostovia. But yeah, 10 villages, it's a bit much, guys. I think it's 10. This is number 6. I think 7 would have been more than enough with maybe 2 larger towns. Which they kind of rectified, didn't they, on the Oxbow map? Oh my.
How are you?
The music that is killing me is making me so tired. Right. The next game we play, we'll have a little bit more action. We can kill tons of people.
The worst thing about this time of year are mosquitoes.
How do you do?
And once that new tech comes out, we'll have access, well, I'll have access to more platforms, more choice of games. I'm looking forward to that.
It was
No,
nice.
we won't buy anything else from her, she's good.
I've been a vendor since before.
Just get rid of this and get out of here.
Yo, farewell.
How do
I
you
think
do?
it's gonna be tight getting rid of all this food, you know that?
Goodbye, dear.
There's still a good few left, we should be able to sell it. I'll have to fine tune that settlement to produce a bit less, I think. Oh, we got all 3, we did. Yeah, they were pretty much up top. Okay. Oh, God, there's the cracking in my neck again.
How do you do?
Oh my.
What can I... In the venture before you could walk. Be safe.
Greet it.
Best prices in the area.
I never saw this.
Have a good day.
So what is there after these 4? There's about 7 NPCs, isn't it? 7, maybe 8. I don't think we met the special vendor yet. I'll see if they've got enough cash. Where's the other 2 idiots? Are you kidding me? There they are.
What can I? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Goodbye, dear.
Can I help you with? I've got everything you need.
Ah, here we go.
Then be safe.
Now, 2 more. There's 2 vendors in the next village, and then there's 5 originally in the last one, and I think the special vendor might be there. Or else 3, let's say, if it's in the next village, so... There it is. And then Hornica. Then we're done. I'll have a quick look then at the settlement, and I might leave about maybe 10-15 minutes early. Well, earlier than my 6 hours, that is. But on my stream I'm only down for 4, it's just... Since I cut back to 3 days a week, I tried to get 6. If I can do it. This would be close enough to it. Starting to feel a little bit lightheaded, so I think it would be probably a good time to get some rest.
Welcome. Best prices in the area. dear. Goodbye.
So yeah, it looks like
I'll show you.
the special NPC is in Hornica, or else we missed it at our settlement. I think I checked our settlement, didn't I? My god, that's a lot of meat.
It was nice.
There.
seeing you.
Shh. What's the duck head thing about? It's actually in every village. Right, last one. So yeah, when I'll be back here again, I'll probably have a good bit more of this done. I'll try and get out as much as possible so we don't have to have too many more
How
streams
do you
on this.
do?
As fun as it is and was, it's, you know, I'm starting to get a little bit burned out. But still want to finish this, obviously. I don't like quitting. The game is kind of different if you can kind of come in for an hour or half an hour if you've got the time. But when you're pulling 6 hours on this, it can be draining, as strange as that may sound.
What can I do? Only goods of the highest quality.
Ah, there you go. Have some dandelions. Have some
You
days.
take
Nope.
care.
Good. No special NPC, what's going on? Okay, she must be, or here, she must be back at my taverns. I thought I checked them actually.
How have you been a vendor since before you could walk? Bit good luck.
Right. Okay, Jan, come here.
Last autumn. And I trade is in my nature. Help be safe.
Let me see. We'll make sure we got rid of all of our food. That thing spoils pretty quickly.
And let me show you my wares.
Yeah, we have actually. The rest I'm not so bothered about.
Help, good luck.
How do you do?
Oh, excuse me, I know I can't stop yawning.
Hope to see you soon.
Welcome.
Alright. This is the last guy, I think. And we're done, at last. Yeah, there's no sign of that NPC. Let's see if we can track him down. But they're not here in Hornica. They definitely weren't in the last one. I don't think I checked the last one properly. Hang on. There's a couple of items that so from time to time I wouldn't mind getting. Either that or we missed them in our own tavern. Oh yeah, and the kid wants to do a quest. I'll probably do that later. I keep going out with quests, is that a biggie?
How can I help you?
Right, I'm not sure if I checked it properly. No. Okay, there must be in our settlement. Probably did check. Oh, I feel drained. Okay, come on.
Welcome, welcome.
Right, let's have a quick check. Ah, believable, isn't it?
Do you wish to make hail for prices so low?
Oh, nice. I was looking for one of those. Perfect. Anything else? No, I'll take those. Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
Friend.
That's it, we're done. Actually, I'll see if I can get rid of that pouch thingy. Where is it? Might as well. Yeah, to take on another project now with only 10 minutes to go would be futile. Let me have a look. Let me see how far I've gotten. Ran out of these special vendor things. Yeah, it did as far as there. Oh my. Just checking to see if I'm missing one. Well, not on that side.
Let's get some pups.
Short the figs in the center. There we go. Now. I've barely got the energy to do this. There we go. Right. Let's save this little puppy. I'll do my utmost to finish this end. A little bit of time I'm back on Tuesday evening. But we got a decent amount done. The definite harder stuff, the measuring up the fencing, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. There we go. We're all saved up. So that's it. Yeah, there's only about 8 minutes left anyway on my 6 hours. By the time we raid and that, it'll probably be done. So yeah, I'm done for today. I will be back again midweek on Tuesday evening, about 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and of course back Friday and Saturday again at the same time. Hopefully in that time span with the time I have off as well, we should be able to finish this, but it's deceiving, you know. It is extremely big, and I've been taking on, let's say, a lot of stuff on it, but we'll eventually get through it. So, thanks everyone for watching, for lurking. appreciate it. And thanks for being here, Jaeger, I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. So, we'll do the usual, we'll raid some of our friends, and yeah, again guys, I appreciate the company. And you too, Corin. My pleasure. Have a good one, and stay safe. Goodbye, Corin, Jaeger, Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Kat, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Randy, if you're watching. Have a wonderful week. Okay, let me just spin through this. We'll see. Of course, we had Fat Cat as well. Take care, Fat Cat. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for stopping in, Zootastic. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe. And of course, John, thanks for being here. Appreciate the support. And who else was here? Oh, we mentioned Wolf. I hope we did. Yeah, have a good one, Wolf. And Young, of course. Yeah, take care, Young. Have a wonderful day. So I probably missed a few. I have, guys. Apologies to whomever I might have missed. Again, to everyone who was watching, appreciate it. Yeah, back again on Tuesday evening. Hope to see you all then if you have the time. Until then, take care, stay safe, and let's do this raid. I really need to get some sleep. So, let's see who's streaming. Right. Okay. Shouldn't take me too long.